Thank you, chairs.
Thank you. So it is 1:40. Just if we could get members to put their cameras back on, make sure we have quorum and continue our meeting today. I've always felt I did it once in the Champlain room, but that the theme song from Welcome Back, Cotter should always be our return music from break during committee. I always just seems so appropriate. All right, I do have, well, I've got enough faces for quorum, so I will start. So this is kind of a throwback to our pre-2011 Planning and Environment Committee days with a file like this. So it kind of follows in the footsteps of a lot of the work that our climate resilience team have been doing the last few years. You recall, we approved a climate change master plan back at the start of 2020. At the end of 2020 was energy evolution. Just this past fall, the Better Buildings Ottawa strategy, and now we come into the high performance development standards. So it's all coming from the same group under leadership of Andrea Flowers and her incredible team there that does with our climate resiliency group. I know they're working on other stuff too, so this isn't the only thing they're doing. There's plenty of work coming from that group, but we have this before us today. And we have the file in front of us is from Rebecca Hagan. So again, it is the high performance development standard. Just before, we do have just a little quick technical amendment I'm going to throw out, only because it's just a change. It's a minor change in the report. Just where previously the asset management implications had said one thing, we're just going to change it to be a bit more elaborative on the actual implications of the report. So put up on the screen. So I'll just go right to so it's therefore be it resolved that the asset management implications section of the report be deleted in its entirety and replaced with the following. The recommendations documented in this report are consistent with the city's comprehensive asset management program objectives. The implementation of the comprehensive asset management program enables the city to effectively manage existing and new infrastructure to maximize benefits, reduce risk, and provide safe and reliable levels of service to community users. This is done in a socially, culturally, environmentally, and economically conscious manner. The recommendations documented in this report further the city's climate change goals by improving energy performance in new builds. This may, however, come at an increased capital cost when the city and city partners build new buildings or expand existing ones, subject to applicability of site plan control criteria. Staff will need to work together to assess the project-specific impacts and potential cost increases of these standards on the planned project. So given that this is just a technical amendment to add this to the report, I'm just going to ask if we can carry this right now. Carried?
Carried.
Great, thank you so much.
Carried.
So, what was that? And we will go to the presentation. So I don't know if Don Herwar, are you doing the presentation or are you just introducing it?
Thanks, Chair. With your indulgence, I'd just like to introduce the team that's on the call today. And
perfect, thank you.
Thanks. So yeah, as the chair mentioned, we're here today to table the high performance development standard that will help us advance sustainable and resilient design in the city. So Rebecca Hagan is our project lead, and she will be walking us through a brief presentation. Also on the call today supporting Rebecca is Andrea Flowers and Melissa Jordan Conway from our climate change and resiliency team. And we also have Nick Stowe and Martha Copestake from our natural systems unit, if there's any questions on trees and the like. So without further ado, I'll turn it over to Rebecca. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Don. Thanks for the introduction. We can just jump right into the presentation. So next slide, please. So I'll be walking you through the staff report recommendations, the benefits of implementing, the background of what the standard is, the benefits of implementing the standard, the engagement process that we have gone through, and what we have heard from it, and then leading into the next steps relating to supporting the standard in the report. So the first 4 recommendations deal with approving the metrics for site plan control and plan of subdivision, as well as the implementation plan and supporting legislative changes to site plan control bylaw. Next slide. The 5th recommendation directs next steps to advance the standard and associated projects, including update to the green building policy, ongoing monitoring and reporting, incentive program development, future updates to the high performance development standard, and considerations of the high performance development standard where reduced requirements are enabled. Next slide. And lastly, work with the province to advance objectives at the building code level as well. Next slide. The high performance development standard is a collection of voluntary and required metrics that raise the performance of new buildings to advance sustainable and resilient design. The Planning Act gives municipalities in Ontario the authority to use site plan control and plan of subdivision to review priority elements of developments. Ottawa's high performance development standard will be enabled through policy direction within Ottawa's new official plan. Over the last 17 years, starting in 2006, 8 municipalities in Ontario have implemented standards of this like. Ottawa has worked with and learned from these municipalities to develop the high performance development standard. These standards all use the same legislative authorities as Ottawa proposes in the high performance development standard. Next slide. The standard will help to shift the industry to consider sustainability impacts earlier in projects where there are more opportunities to change the design. The shift will help to grow the green job sector and build capacity to meet future building code changes. Collectively, the standard aims to advance the climate change mitigation and adaptation priorities of the Climate Change Master Plan, energy evolution, and the climate resiliency strategy, as well as other corporate objectives related to public health, ecology, and accessibility. From a climate change perspective, the high performance development standard as proposed is estimated to contribute to 6% of Ottawa's GHG emission reductions over the next 10 years. The high performance development standard is also expected to build resiliency through tree canopy, ecology, and urban heat island mitigation strategies. Next slide. The standard does not apply to projects pursuing building permit only. The standard is split into 2 tiers. Tier 1 is required and Tier 2 is voluntary. Tier 1 applies to all new plans of subdivision, all applications, all site plan applications, except in the rural area where it's applied to complex applications only. And Tier 2 is encouraged. Tools and strategies to incentivize and increase adoption are under review and will require further internal and external consultation. The high performance development standard will be phased in over time to build staff and industry capacity while still accounting for climate change targets. The standard is proposed to be reviewed and updated every 4 years, subject to council approval, with the energy metric advancing in each update, as shown in the diagram on the slide. Next slide. The standard covers some key features of sustainable and resilient design, including energy, health, ecology, resiliency, waste, and transportation. This builds on interrelated policies and guidelines already in place and under development in Ottawa today. For site plan control, there are 12 metrics required under Tier 1 and 22 metrics under Tier 2 listed here. Next slide. For plan of subdivision, there are 3 mandatory metrics in Tier 1 and 5 voluntary metrics in Tier 2. Next slide. The engagement on this project started with energy evolution and continued through the official plan and got very specific during the project engagement specifically. A series of 8 workshops were held with developers, architects, and sustainability consultants on the proposed standard. In November 2021, the draft high performance development standard was published on Engage Ottawa. Staff received comments, held public information sessions, and 2 Q&A sessions. Next slide. Through the consultation with industry and the public, some key concerns were raised over the standard. We have tried to mitigate these concerns where possible and as described in the report in more detail. Strategies to respond to concerns include a phasing plan and next steps proposed in the report. And next slide. So the following next steps are staff will start implementing the plan, update the green building policy, develop an incentive program, monitor and report on the high performance development standard, update the standard every 4 years, go through considerations for the high performance development standard where reduced submission requirements are enabled, and work with the province to advance climate change objectives in the Ontario Building Code. And that's it. So thank you for your consideration today.
Great, thank you so much, Rebecca. Just a huge appreciation yourself. I know you've been briefing members of council on this report the last couple weeks, and just your work into this, and as well as Melissa Jordt Conway. For the members who don't know, Melissa Jordt Conway is a planner with the city, and she was also integral in embedding environmental policy into our official plan. So it's a great team there, and I appreciate your work on this and working with the community groups and on the feedback that we received over the last few months as well. So with that, we are going to get right to those community groups, and we will start with Angela Keller-Herzog.
Good morning. Good afternoon.
Change the scripts because we lasted so long on the first one, right?
That's right. That's right. So I'm waiting for my PowerPoint to come up. Is there a visual presentation?
Yep, there will be slides. Just to give it a bit. We do have them.
Okay, great. Anyway, it's interesting to have this session back to back with the previous one. But I guess the decisions on the task force will hit all of the OP, not just this. Okay, why don't I start talking and then the slides can catch up with me. So I'm Angela Keller-Herzog. I'm the Executive Director of Cafes. I'm grateful to be living here on unceded land of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation. And I am the Executive Director of Cafes, which most of you know, that's the Community Associations for Environmental Sustainability. And we are here to talk about the High Performance Development Standard. I'm going to give a framing and overview presentation on this proposed Ottawa Green Standard. Subsequent delegations will then dive into what this is all about. So it's all about building better. We've heard that phrase bandied about an awful lot, but what does it really mean? Well, the High Performance Development Standard spells out what building better in Ottawa means. It's widely relevant and it matters a lot to people. Homeowners, especially home and building buyers, but also to renters, the people that will end up living in the new buildings and benefiting from low utility bills and climate smart buildings. Are you able to, okay, my presentation. Okay, so the presentation is not the right one. Sorry, I've got multiple screens going here. Can you put up the cafes presentation that I sent?
So we have the one from Marianne Sikorsky and we have the one from Joan Freeman. You had a separate one in addition to those two?
Yeah, Kelly has the one that, and she definitely got it.
So this is the one from Cafes, but it has Marianne's name on it. Is that also the one that you're working off of?
No, no.
Okay.
Mine was just labeled with the date and then Cafes and then Planning Committee.
Okay, just bear with us. If you just stop her, Angela's time.
Please.
While we sort this out.
Thanks, Coach.
There you
Okay.
go.
All right. So this is the one. Oh my God, how do I do these screens? Okay. So I was on slide 3 and I am going to have to, sorry, I've flipped away my own version. So this come up.
Yeah, so we went to the build better one.
Yeah. Okay. So what I'm trying to say is that this is not just a technical standard of interest to building science people, but this matters to people. And actually, you'll hear me often refer to it as the Ottawa Green Standard because that makes it a lot more relatable. And I would love a councillor to introduce a motion to rename it exactly that. So one of the questions actually that we have is how we build out, implement, and verify and enforce this standard. Because when a buyer is told this building was to the Ottawa Green Standard or the High Performance Development Standard, does that make sense for the buyer then to put down $10,000 more on their mortgage because they know the future stream of utility bills will be much lower? And by the way, I think tier 2 of the standard should apply to all deeply affordable housing builds for that reason. Or on the other hand, if we don't have this enforcement, is it just more greenwash, some kind of obscure checklist exercise that doesn't mean anything to home buyers? So next slide, please. Is the draft in front of us good? Is the next question. So we have done our homework and we have compared the Ottawa Green Standard with the Toronto Green Standard. And first of all, I should say I'm very happy that Ottawa has this in front of us now. But unfortunately, we find that across virtually all of the rubrics of the standard, from energy efficiency to carbon to trees, canopy and soil, landscaping, waste management, EV readiness, every category except one, the Ottawa standard is inferior. So it feels like the planners took the standards from the other cities in Ontario as starting points, and then they were batted down in the industry consultations. And it was workshopped actually with industry in detail for over a year and only saw the light of public insight very shortly before Christmas, with the first feedback deadline like 4 days before Christmas. We moved that out a bit. We had a couple of open houses, but none of the community input was included. Too late. So it's a textbook case, I would say, of some degree of regulatory capture. There is no reason why the Ottawa standard should not match that of Toronto as a starting point. Next slide, please. The most impactful difference between the Toronto standard and the Ottawa one is in application. By our estimate, the new standard covers only 30 to 50% of new builds, and my colleague Joan Freeman will be talking more about that later. Obviously, with this giant loophole kind of an approach, we, Ottawa, are not going to get to our target of all new buildings built to net zero by 2030. Next slide, please. So I made the case that this is relevant for building owners and buyers and renters, but it's also a good idea from a public finance perspective, because the cost of incentivizing better builds is much lower than the cost of incentivizing retrofitting. Anyways, next slide, let's keep it moving. So we understand that the climate crisis is the most important challenge facing our generation, and we understand that local action matters. Next slide, please. So the Ottawa Green Standard, the High Performance Development Standard, is our local collective action. Let's build better. It matters to all of us. Let's realize the potential of this standard, this instrument. Last slide, please. So thank you for engaging with the Ottawa Green Standard as councillors and improving the draft proposal before us today. I did say to move to the last slide, which is thank you for your attention.
Great, thank you. So we do have a couple of councillors. Councillors up ahead to speak. Councillor Fleury was first, but I don't know if you just popped your hand down. Anyway, I'll go to the list I got in front of me, which is Councillor Menard first.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I saw Councillor Fleury, but happy to go first, Chair, if you'd like. The question I have is around some of the percentage of buildings that'll be covered in Ottawa's current standards. And I say this with a motion coming that I've worked on with staff that I hope committee is willing to support today. But what's your understanding of how many buildings, new builds, whether it be subdivision or something, another type of build, site plan application? What's your understanding of how many buildings would be covered by this? And what are the greatest differences you're seeing between this plan and Toronto's plan? Recognizing Toronto has had 4 different revisions to theirs. And obviously this is Ottawa's first, and we need to build quite extensively from where we are. If you can answer that convoluted question.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep it simple and understandable, and then Joan Freeman has done a lot of detailed crunchy work and also been back and forth with staff because it's not easy. So there's documentation and different units, right? Are we talking about square meters? And we know how to convert that into feet. But do we know how to convert that into dwellings? Do we know how to convert that into stories? Do we, what do we mean by a unit? So it becomes a little bit difficult. So right now, in our estimation, looking at different data sources, it's very clear by intent that the standard does not cover anything below site plan. So all of the infill and is absolutely not covered. And then when you look at the missing middle, the energy and carbon metrics in the current proposal only start at 2,000 square meters. And by our understanding, that takes us into like pretty like a mid-rise to high-rise kind of territory. The Toronto Green Standard starts at 5 dwellings, and it's our understanding that that is sort of around the 600 meters squared, where the non-energy, non-carbon elements of the standard start to mostly apply. I hope that wasn't too complicated. There is also the plan of subdivision, and there the loophole for application is that for the majority of the greenfield spaces that we have in the existing urban boundary, there is often very stale applications that block anything. So, and we understand that it's not fair if there is a deemed complete development application and suddenly we come up with this new requirement causing everything to be thrown out and start again. Like we're certainly not asking for that. But we're saying is that if there is a totally stale application or something is an early discussion, the standard should apply to that. If something is needing to be reviewed anyways, or if there's no complete application. So in terms of crunching the numbers, putting together all these loopholes and omissions, we think the standard for sure doesn't apply to at least 50% of the new builds. And if we're less conservative, that could go up to 70%. And we do have a background document that fully justifies that, those numbers.
Okay, thank you very much, Angela. Thanks for being here. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Leeper.
There we go. Thank you very much, Angela, for the presentation. Something that cafes focused on was trees, and I'd like to try to understand where cafes was coming from on tree canopy, and it had some specific things that it was looking for or pointed out to me that could be improved, and I'm wondering if you can help me out here. So I'm going to go through a couple of different things, and you maybe just help me unpack what it is that the Toronto standard does that the Ottawa doesn't. One of the areas is providing tree planting areas and soil volume. So there is a calculation in the Toronto Green Standard for a certain number of trees that will depend on the lot size, each of which would be required to have a certain amount of soil volume. The Ottawa standard that's being proposed speaks only to a certain amount of soil volume per tree. Why is that difference important to you?
Okay, so that is only one element or like one example, right?
I'm going to go through a few different things. Yeah, so I'll just look at this one first, and then we'll take a look at some others.
Okay, so we're going to have a detailed conversation. Now, I should tell you that further down in the speakers list, Daniel, who I think you know very well, is going to speak. And then we're also going to have John Dance from Old Ottawa East speak to trees and canopy. So
Do you want to?
So I'm going to speak to more general systemic terms, and then I'm going to let them talk to specifics, because I also want to be polite to my team members, of course, right? So there's a systemic thing in terms of the potential of the Ottawa Green Standard to uplift, to raise the standard, right? And in many cases in the standard, as it's written in the Ottawa one, there's kind of arrows that say, oh, don't look to the standard here, look to some other guideline, right? And that guideline in one case, for example, is from 2012, right? And in other cases, the arrow points you actually to future things that don't exist yet, right? So it could be the future zoning that the arrow points to, or the tree planting guide that doesn't exist yet, that's being worked on. And I think in each of those cases, what we're doing is we're saying, well, the Green Standard is not going to lift all boats. The Green Standard is not going to realize its potential. It's basically just a status quo arrow pointing document. And to the extent that the arrow points back to 2012 or into the future, like years where it's not negotiated yet, like that really doesn't help. And in general, that potential for saying Ottawa is going to build better is not being realized. So then you say, well, Angela, like why? Like why is it that the Ottawa like starting point Green Standard is inferior on all the metrics that we've reviewed except for one? Like how could this be? It's crazy, right? I mean, Ottawa deserves better and we have good people. And I think that, yes, the pushback from industry is part of the explanation, but another part of the explanation is like systemic. And that is that the staff working on these things, right? Their interest, their incentive is to do a good job on the instrument, the patch of turf that they work on. So we have people working on the solid waste management master plan thing, right? And they want that to be the winning vehicle, and and them to do a great job, right? But all of this turf needs to actually be coming together. And I think that it's the public interest job, it is council's job to make that happen and to say, hey, this Green Standard can be a starting point, right? And after that, and we can get a starting point which gets Ottawa at the starting point of all the Toronto experience. It's under the same legislative framework. And also, if the site plan gets thrown out, Toronto is going to have to cope with that. The other cities in Ontario are going to have to cope with that, right? So let's work at that level. And then as new bylaws and new guidelines in these various sub areas come on, the standard can be the baseline, and we can see if locally we want to put in something special or something more. So I'll stop there. But obviously, I would want the Green Standard to have provisions for not just like a technical soil metric, although that is welcome, but also to have some provision that we can actually have shaded pedestrian areas. So thanks, Jeff. And
No,
let me
it's
just
a
say one
challenging
more
perspective.
thing.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Let
Please go
me
ahead.
just say one more thing that I absolutely love, that so many times I've seen you go and say, let's do the math on this. What does this really look like? I love that about you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much, Angela. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Councilor Fleury, Councilor Curry, Councilor Fleury, did you want to go? Because you
I'm
had
not
your...
sure what's up with the system, but I appreciate Chair re-raising it. Thank you, Angela, and thank you for your time earlier this week. I want to ask, as a follow-up, there's a number of elements that you were going to dig deeper on and follow up on. So I'm curious to understand, as part of the Tier 1 category, there's a square footage element that is referred to. And when we met, I'll have a question to staff unless you were able to find some clarification. You were saying, hey, why not 600 square feet? And I made reference like, oh, what's that number? So I'd love to understand your concerns with the 2,000 specifically there, and what you feel is the appropriate square footage for the standard to apply.
I think that there's lots of different ways to arrive at magic numbers, right? You can go into backroom negotiations, you can workshop it with technical experts, or you can look sideways. You can look at the literature and best practice in jurisdictions that are in the same legal frameworks as your city is operating, right? So that is why cafes, in engaging with this file, which on one hand, it has complexity, it has richness, it has technicality, but on the other hand, again, it's really relevant to homeowners and buyers and future owners, the people that we also heard from this morning. So the way to approach this, I think, is to start looking at, okay, what's the Toronto standard doing? And that's where it has that 600 meters squared, which is compatible to, I think, the 5 dwellings, which is the cutoff from Toronto. And I think that that's really related also to the bottom end of where does site plan apply. So I would kind of relate those 3 starting points. And the way that the authority of this green standard derives, it is hooked into the site plan. I should say that there are intents by staff to also come up with a site plan light. So we think that regardless of these frames of planners' regulations, the objective needs to be for us to be reducing our greenhouse gas emissions and to build buildings that will be cost effective to live in a future where we have highly uncertain energy prices, and where we increasingly understand the health benefits, right, of having green space and trees around, and where we need to have also, I mean, important on the climate perspective is the diversion of organics, so we don't have methane and landfill. And the reason that's relevant is that when you design your building at the outset, you need to have space for waste separation, right? So if you don't put that into the design, then you don't have the outcome you want.
Angela, one of the things I raised yesterday, you're an economist. I really always love to get into the policy and numbers with you when we chat. On page 30 of the report, it makes reference to level of ambition, and particularly it sort of positions the situation as conflictual between green environmental aspirations and financial decisions. I think it goes as far as saying that some of these measures could be or add to the price of a property from anywhere from 5 to 50,000. And I'd love to hear your perspective as an economist on that, specifically when you look at, I mean, I think a lot of folks are shell-shocked by the cost of gas these days. And I wonder, in looking at the future utility oscillation, what that means from you from an economics point of view.
Okay, I'd like to tackle that question from 2 perspectives. I think that, yeah, there is a problem with this oppositional thinking, but it is reflective of how the market right now is functioning for developers, right? So developers are essentially competing on the price on which they're selling the new home to the home buyer, right? And when you go and buy a washing machine or you buy a new stove and you're trying to make decisions, there is energy labeling on the stove, or the washing machine. So if you come along and say, hey, I want like an energy efficient washing machine, then you can say, oh, that one over there, it scores really high on the energy label, so I'm going to pay an extra $50 on that one. Or maybe it's an extra 500 for like a super, like a furnace, right? But for houses, we don't have this, right? And a lot of countries, including in Europe, in the UK, and Australia, for a decade, they've had energy labeling. The mandate letter of the Enercan Minister Wilkinson actually has the federal intent to have home energy labeling. But in the absence of a standard where the home buyer in Ottawa knows, okay, this is built to high performance development standard, the developers compete just on buying price rather than being able to say, this home will be able to operate much cheaper. And so let's switch it to the homeowner / home buyer perspective. I don't know how far along you guys are in your mortgage, paying off your mortgage, right? But if you add up your utility bills and the stream of that versus your mortgage, like stream of mortgage payments, well, like for me, the future stream of utility payments is bigger than the mortgage one, right? So when I look at buying a house that I plan to live in for so many years, my rational economist calculation would tell me, well, it really matters if this is built well and it's energy efficient. But that's not how the market is functioning. And that market malfunction is actually exactly what justifies and rationalizes this green energy standard, and also the future incentive schemes, right? To get the market to take the stuff into account.
Thank you, Angela. I'll be asking staff that exact question around consideration, because I think that part of the report is a little simplistic. So thank you for your response. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Angela. We haven't met, but I'm a huge fan of cafes. You know, I have community associations in Canada that are talk to me about cafes all the time. You know, I could give you my resume here, but you know, I've been driving an electric car since 2004. I really couldn't be more supportive of all the things you're doing. And I don't think any councillor here is that different, other than maybe they haven't been driving a car that's electric since 2004. But everyone wants to try to do the right thing for climate. And so when we see something like this and we get a briefing, we think this is fabulous. And in the briefing, I made a number of obnoxious comments, having come from Toronto, to say, why are we not more like Toronto? Toronto's so amazing, what's wrong with us? So I'm 100% supportive of all that you say. I then have conversations with people that are in the construction industry, and they say things to me like, okay, so Kathy, I hear City Council always says, oh, Ottawa and Toronto are so different. And in fact, we just spent 3 hours talking about how different Ottawa and Toronto are. And so the same has to hold true for this conversation here now. Ottawa is very different from Toronto. So I would like to say we don't even go with Toronto, but we would go even more harsh. But what construction people will tell me is it's much more expensive to build here in Ottawa. We have earthquake standards, we have crappy weather where we can't build all year round, or it's more expensive too because it's slowed down. We have a completely different situation in Ottawa where our housing prices, our apartment prices are lower, so builders don't make as much money on what they sell, whether it's condominium or houses. It's different from Toronto. And if you can't go lower with underground parking because our building heights are so low, we don't allow the real skyscrapers that they do in Toronto, builders then find it really expensive to put in geothermal. And so they give me all these other things about how Toronto is very different. Ottawa is very different from Toronto. So if that holds true, then I think about how, you know, if we were to say, okay, let's be incredibly harsh and say to, you know, make these standards even more harsh than Toronto for builders. We can't just do one thing. What does that then do to people the construction companies who want to build here and then say, forget it, we're not going to build in Ottawa. It's too expensive to build in Ottawa, and they've made it too harsh. So similar to Councillor Fleury's economic question, these are the things I struggle with when I more want to go with you and say, let's just make it incredibly difficult. You have to do this now. Retrofitting is ridiculous. We already have 50% of the building applications in that this won't even apply to. You know, we need to be really harsh and be serious about climate. But my concern is, but then what does that do to everything else once we do that? And will we not be working against ourselves in the long run? But what do you think about with all that I've said there?
Okay. I think that I'd like to connect to my previous comments and parts of my presentation, right? So if we're looking at a market that from a developer builder perspective, yes, it is in their interest that they don't want to see any guidelines or regulation that will have an impact that will raise their costs, okay? So it's fairly predictable, it makes sense for these guys to be saying like, no, 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 right? It makes sense from a future homeowner perspective and a renter to want to have quality. And what we would really like to have is a market where there is a good green standard quality segment, right? The standard itself, it has requirements, which is tier 1, and then it has the future ambition, which is tier 2. So there's also an area to work in there. And then also the idea is to have the incentives apply for the tier 2 level of performance, right? So there's a nice room there to also develop the market, right? So the conversation is actually a little bit more complicated than just like, no, 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 it raises costs. In terms of saying, well, Toronto's like this, Ottawa's like that, okay, fine. So we have a different climate, there's different conditions here. But if we were developing the standard with our locality in mind, you would really expect that in some places, we actually would be able to do better. And then in other dimensions of the standard, it would be harder for us. Like maybe it's that Ottawa has more space, so we should be able to do better on the tree and canopy than if you're in a more tight Toronto environment. But the way that the draft is in front of you is that dimension after dimension after dimension, the Ottawa standard is inferior. So I think that that's like, as an Ottawa person, I'm kind of like, hey, that this is not the right starting point, right? We should be able to learn from the experience of others. And so I think that, and I think when I spoke with Councilor Fleury, he had an idea that like maybe there should be a direction to staff to explain like, why is it that in category after category, Ottawa is pitched lower?
Yeah, I think that would be good, because when I'm getting it in bits and pieces from all over the place, it would be good to understand exactly why we are going, why they're recommending this and not exactly the Toronto or more stringent. Okay, yeah. And there's lots.
I'd like to add one little piece, and that is on enforcement. I find that the language in the staff report in some cases sounds quite strong, right? About like full implement and mandated, and they used even the word enforcement here and there. But the reality is that right now there's no provision for verification, for a compliance approach, and for enforcement. So ultimately, a developer can just put out an energy model, like for say a larger building where it does apply, and some kind of a design, and then they meet the requirement to checklist check something. There's no provision for verification, like I said, or enforcement. So then they can just throw away that plan and do something else. So I think that is something that, and I'm not saying that all developers like act in bad faith, but I'm saying that if we want to in future have incentives, we do need to figure out how to verify, right? Because if you have an incentive program, you need to be able to figure out that there was results. So one of our recommendations is also that within like maybe a year, there should be like staff should be tasked with figuring out how we enforce this thing. So that we don't have this like loosey-goosey risk, and we actually get an impact where we build better and we have a base where we can incentivize.
Great. Okay. And I read that in your report too. And I will listen to what others say. We have a lot of presentations and a long meeting here, but thank you very much for sending that report to me through other people, but thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor McKinney.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Angela. I think you've just answered this question, but I want it on record. I want to talk about affordable housing.
Okay.
Yeah, and the standards, the tier under which it falls in this report. And if you think about, because you talked about, it does increase costs, of course, the higher standard. However, it does, residents, whether we're homeowners, renters, or housing renters, benefit from those lower energy costs immediately and over time. And of course, our entire community benefits from, lower GHG emissions, et cetera, everything that, better tree canopy, whatnot. And if you think about affordable housing in Ottawa and our nonprofit sector, CCOC built first geothermal building, Salis, which is another nonprofit housing provider, was the first to build, first of any, not just nonprofit, but any developer to develop multi-residential passive. OCH today, John Howard are building, net zero to net zero. So it's happening in the nonprofit sector, and I got called nonprofit because they don't look for that profit margin, but they can obviously afford it. It still provides affordable housing. So why do you think that is the case? Like, why do you, from an economist's perspective, why is it that our nonprofit sector can do it and our for-profit sector, even if you strip out some reduction in profit, it's certainly not all, they're not providing that low rent in the end. So they're taking kind of that double hit. And why do you think that is the case?
Okay, I'm trying to think of interesting things to say that I haven't said already.
It can be value-based if you want, but
well,
yeah.
Again, it's that the market is functioning in certain way, and the consumer, the buyer, is lacking information to make a comparison of what they're actually buying, right? And that's why a verified green standard is a good idea. So for example, when we have like organic standards, I don't know if you've ever looked at the labels carefully, but they can't just say, oh, this is organic, right? But there's a defined standard. And then there's somebody else whose business it is to certify, right? To make sure that there is compliance. So that and some kind of an approach which mirrors the home energy labeling is what would be really useful for this market transformation. But speaking more specifically to the application of the proposed standard, the way that I've read the documentation, it does not say that this standard shall apply to subsidized housing, right? And we know, and actually, well, this is where you know much, much more than I do in terms of the 10-year housing and homelessness plan and the various ways that the municipality, the province, and the feds are financially supporting new builds, new redevelopments. I think that it's kind of a no-brainer that all that should be built to the tier 2 standard, right? Because obviously, if those buildings are being built in the public interest and this standard tries to get us out of the market, like producing the wrong equilibrium point, then it makes total sense that we build better, we build for the future. And as we've repeated saying, the utility payments will be both more predictable and can be expected to be lower. Now, I'm not in a position to predict what electricity prices, gas prices will be in the future, but for sure, if you build to a better standard and you reduce the space heating and space cooling requirements, your bills should come in lower. And it's my understanding that OCH is actually looking to build to passive standard, which is beyond the currently proposed Ottawa Tier 2. So I think that a good move would be to ask to improve the standard so that housing that is publicly supported should be built well. And I look to you to figure out the wording or how one would approach that.
Thank you. Yes, I intend to approach that through this, but I appreciate your response on that. Thanks, Angela.
Yep.
Great. Thank you, Councilor McKenney, and thank you, as always, Angela. Appreciate your input today. So our next speaker is Marian Sikursky. I believe Marian has a presentation as well because it was almost up on the screen.
Good afternoon.
Hello again, Marian. Welcome back.
There is the presentation. Wonderful. Good afternoon. So, Chair, Councillors, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today about the High Performance Development Standard. My name is Marian Sikursky, and I have worked with CAFES over the last few weeks to learn about the HPDS and in particular compare it to the Toronto Green Standard. I would like to thank city staff who have been quick to come back with comprehensive comments and explanations as we learned about the HPDS. Next slide, please. Before I go into the details, I want to take a step back and look at the bigger picture and the reason why we're even considering the standard, the climate crisis. Sadly, the world's climate is nearing major tipping points. The Amazon rainforest is at risk of becoming a carbon source rather than a carbon sink, with profound implications for global warming. There are warning signs of a collapse of the Gulf Stream, which would have catastrophic consequences for our climate. Once these tipping points are reached, they are irreversible in human timescales. So not surprisingly, the IPCC emphasizes again in its latest report the urgency of immediate and more ambitious action, and that half measures are no longer an option. So the HPDS is a crucial opportunity to make a difference and help Ottawa transition to a net zero and resilient future. Next slide, please. Unfortunately, it is lacking in a number of areas, and I hope you can make an effort to improve upon it. The issues specifically are the standards application and the many buildings that aren't covered by it, and others will speak to the application details in more detail. Second, the standards ambition is in many respects behind Toronto's, which is a useful benchmark, and I will go to that in a bit more detail. Also monitoring and enforcement mechanisms, as was mentioned, and as well as incentives, all key aspects of the standard are still missing, but I understand the city is working on coming up with those. May they be bold. It is also important to realize that Toronto has a specific standard for low-rise buildings with 5+ units, where Ottawa has none. Next slide, please. So coming to the details now. I'm comparing the Ottawa draft with the Toronto Green Standard version 4, effective from May this year, which should be the benchmark and not version 3, which is already 4 years old. On electric vehicle charging infrastructure, Toronto, for example, requires 25% of all parking spaces to have quick charging outlets. And for low-rise buildings, all parking spaces require those. In Ottawa, we have to wait for zoning. Now, electric vehicle infrastructure is the area where net zero buildings and net zero mobility intersect, and it's hugely important to be ambitious to reach our emission goals. Also, because as was mentioned, retrofitting this infrastructure that will be key in the years to come is so expensive. So why not take the opportunity of the HPDS and already include provisions for EV infrastructure here? Otherwise, the cost of retrofitting is transferred to home buyers. Next slide, please. So trees and cool paving. Toronto's requirements are more stringent, and I think what happened here is that Ottawa aligned itself with Toronto's version 3 rather than the latest version 4. So updating that, I imagine, shouldn't be too much of a challenge, I hope. So as an example, Ottawa requires 50% green and cool paving, where Toronto asks for 75%, or on green roofs and solar, where Ottawa asks for 75% coverage compared to Toronto's 100%. This is important to get right because it addresses urban heat islands, is related to tree health and human health, of course, and promotes renewable energy. Next slide, please, and then next slide again and the next slide, please. Yes, so greenhouse gas, not the previous one, please. Yeah, that one. Greenhouse gas emissions. So when it comes to energy efficiency, Toronto requires net zero for low rise in their tier 2, where Ottawa doesn't have any requirement. So this is related to the issue of application of the standard, which John Freeman will cover expertly. And the next slide on materials management, please. Yes. Again, under tier 2, Toronto has multiple provisions for sourcing raw materials, managing construction waste, embodied carbon, where Ottawa only has one optional item for embodied carbon. This is important because a lot of carbon emissions occur through our use of materials, how we source them, process and discard, or ideally reuse them. So in summary, I hope it will be possible to still align the HPDS to Toronto's version 4 rather than version 3 in those areas I mentioned. Considering that the two cities are under the same provincial jurisdiction, and I assume most of the developers are the same, it only makes sense to align the standards. Next slide, please. Home energy labeling. To address some of these issues, in particular building energy efficiency, which is key to the net zero transition, it may be useful to consider home energy labeling. This is required, as was mentioned, in many other jurisdictions and helps to transform the building stock, both existing and new, to improved energy efficiency by involving consumers in demanding better buildings. It would be a useful complementary tool to the HPDS. And I know there were initiatives at the provincial level, and now there are directions at the federal level, but maybe there are opportunities to bring this up at the municipal level as well. Next slide, please. And now back to the beginning, the urgency. So we face a climate crisis and need to be ambitious. So as you consider your votes today, please ask yourself, is this the best we can do for Ottawa and to address the climate crisis we're facing? Keep in mind also that it's definitely preferable to build better now than to push retrofit costs onto homeowners and also tenants down the road. So my suggestions would be to go through the provisions and make sure where possible, they're aligned with Toronto's version 4 instead of 3, to think about how the big application loopholes can be addressed, and also to think about how to eventually ensure adherence to the standard. Thank you for your attention.
Great, thank you so much. Mr. Kursky, a question for you from Councillor Fleury.
Hi, Marion. It's been a long day, and I want to make sure I fully understand what you're saying around labeling. So labeling that you're talking about, is that what I believe Angela just referenced in terms of if you buy an appliance, the Energy Ontario Guide or something is kind of the sticker I remember?
Exactly that. So that is happening in all the EU member countries for more than 10 years already. It's mandatory at the point of sale or point of rental, where the landlord or the seller has to provide that certificate. It's also happening in a number of US states, and it just differentiates the offering, I guess, the supply, and it allows people to make informed choices, just like you do on your toaster or your car, I guess, as well. You look at the mileage, per liter. So it's a crucial instrument, and it's really complementary to the demand side requirements to the supply side requirements that you're looking at right now.
I appreciate it, and yes, I will be pursuing that request either here or through direction later in the committee. So thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Councillor, and thank you, Marion. I don't see any further questions, so thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Daniel Buckles.
Hello, everyone. I'm speaking with you today as a board member of the Green Space Alliance and as the co-lead for the Tree Caucus of cafes. So we're very pleased that trees have made it into the green development standards being discussed today, and there are good reasons to do so. Keeping something of nature in a city is a fundamental demand of neighborhoods in every ward and in every neighborhood, whether it be the urban core, the suburbs, or villages. increasingly under the pressure of intensification. Trees and the canopy they create are also our first line of defense against heat island effects and stormwater runoff around buildings and along pedestrian routes to transit stations. The documents before council go some way towards putting trees on the agenda at the design stage. And this is an improvement over the past practice of treating trees as an afterthought or a decorative element in architectural drawings. Communities are skeptical of the depictions of trees on building plans presented for public consultation. We know that too often existing trees are being cut down to clear the lot and new trees planted that in many cases don't have enough soil to survive and develop. We've also seen over and over again the clip art of trees simply change to shrub clip art after building approval. This offers no shade to the building or to the people that walk by. Full and prior consideration of tree canopy really must be a much more compelling part of the building industry in Ottawa than it has been to date. While there are a number of improvements we'd like to see to the proposed standards, I'll limit the rest of my remarks to one very important and commonly neglected issue, which is the biodiversity crisis. The current draft indicates that the landscape plan will target a minimum of 50% native plant species. This target should be increased to at least 80% native plant species so as to lead the landscape industry in the direction it needs to go. The bias of the industry towards exotic plants has roots in the 19th century when gardeners did not understand the dynamics that create invasive species, such as the Norway maple, the Japanese lilac, European linden, among many other harmful species still used by the landscape industry and that are invasive in Ottawa's woodlands. There's no excuse for that ignorance today, which is maintained only by convenience and higher profit margins selling exotics rather than making use of the wide range of plant species that are native to Eastern North America. I don't know if you realize this, but no qualifications are needed to set up a landscaping business in Ottawa. Any one of you could start offering landscaping services and advise clients on species selection under this new building standard. I wonder how that would go. Until and unless the city leads on building a robust urban tree canopy, landscapers will continue to use the species that are the most convenient to them and make them the most money. And those are typically the exotics. Finally, I want to see a change in the same section that says drought-tolerant plant species are preferred. While this may sound like a good idea, the direction only reinforces a tendency in the industry to rely on a few species for many different site conditions. Fewer species means more vulnerability to pests, such as what happened to the ash trees. The requirement is even less helpful when we consider that trees planted at new buildings may be a signature green element easily watered by the building owner. They might be a flowering tree that provides fruit or nuts edible for humans and other animals. Don't bias selection towards drought tolerance. If there is an adequate soil volume, it can be watered and cared for and might provide other benefits such as food. In short, increase the target to 80 or more % native species. Easy to do. And focus other species selection requirements on site conditions and details that can be provided in tree planting guidelines. Thank you. That's my request.
Thank you. Councilor Leeper, question for the delegation.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you very much, Daniel, for the presentation. With respect to native species, I spoke with staff about it yesterday. I'm just curious to get your response. The requirement to use native species, city staff feel, would preclude the use of some species that perform better in harsh urban environments. And I can't remember exactly, but I think they mentioned, for example, the linden is not native here, but it thrives in an urban environment. How do you respond to that? Because of course, native trees weren't necessarily evolving in urban environments.
Well, first of all, I didn't ask for 100%. I said a target of 80% would be much more appropriate than 50%. 50% really lacks ambition, and it lacks any ability to actually push the marketplace in terms of supply of native trees. So my first response is, yes, 100% would be difficult. There may be some species that would work well in an environment that would be excluded by a 100% rule, but why not set an 80% rule that does actively push in the right direction? The second element is there's a term in the field that's called near native. There's native species, and there's something that you can call a near native. And people who use that term are actually referring to northeastern North America. And that region provides an enormous number of species, flowering species, very beautiful trees, the tulip tree, the Kentucky coffee tree, the catalpa. These are things that are native to northeastern North America that would be, that grow here and will increasingly find a favorable environment in the Ottawa region as the planet heats up. And as we deal with higher average temperatures, we don't have to go to, the European Norway maple and the Japanese lilac, and there's something called the European mountain ash, or even the European linden, the small leaf linden. There's a similar tree that's called the American basswood that will do very well. There's no need to go to species outside of Eastern North America to have a full range of capabilities in a warming climate.
Okay. I'll explore that a bit further with staff when we get there, but I'll be curious to hear whether colleagues might have an appetite to boost the number from 50 to 80. So I think one of the concerns that I've heard expressed as well is that the section of the HPDS related to trees is called tree planting. And there's some thought that it should probably be called tree canopy with to reflect a different rationale than just planting trees. I'm just wondering if you have any insight on that.
I think that would be a good shift. It's these high-level terms, titles, are important to express the intent behind a policy, and the intent is to create canopy. You do that, the activity is tree planting, but the intent is to create canopy, and so that should indeed be the higher level statement title for that section of the document. I could respond to the question you posed earlier, Jeff, about Toronto's number of trees on lot size as feeding into questions of soil volume. In a nutshell, the reasoning is sequencing. You have to get the trees assigned to the lot and then plant where there is the soil volume is there. So that's the reasoning behind the Toronto approach to speaking to and defining the number of trees relating that to lot size and then relating it to soil volume. It's a sequencing thing. If you don't have the tree the right number of trees on the lot, then you're missing the opportunity to actually create canopy.
My understanding of the Toronto standard is that it does create, or it requires a certain number of trees as a function of the lot size, and then requires a certain amount of soil volume to support that required number of trees. Is that your understanding of how it works as well?
Yes.
And are the proposed high performance development standards in front of us today do not propose that? They simply propose a required volume per tree without specifying the number of trees per lot. Yeah. So that's a big difference between our proposed standard and Toronto's.
And it points to an earlier comment by Angela of Cafes that the standards are kind of referring to things that will come in the future. The zoning bylaws as being another the space where that type of debate will happen, as opposed to actually setting standards that help drive the broader debate.
And that's what we're being told today is, some of those rules or numbers of trees and a space for trees will come in a future zoning bylaw. And I certainly understand the thrust on the part of the community to take the bird in hand and get that done now. So I'll be asking staff more about that as well. Finally, Daniel, there was one piece of the Toronto bylaw, or sorry, the Toronto Green Building Standard related to parking lots, in which surface parking lots are required to have 1 tree per 5 parking stalls. In the high performance development standards that are being proposed to us today, they, in order to deal with the heat sink issue of large surface areas, parking lot areas, one of the options could be to plant trees in that ratio, but there's also the option to use permeable surfaces like, permeable pavers, for example. Do you have a preference in terms of how we treat parking lots between cooling mitigations like permeable pavers, for example, versus planting trees?
Well, trees do 2 things. They provide shade as well as permeability, whereas paving stones only do 1 thing. They'll achieve the permeability. So if you want to double the requirements of permeability, then you would have the benefits of a tree.
Right.
So better to go for a tree that actually provides both benefits, can be planned, and rather than simply settle for one benefit, which is from the pavers. If you're not prepared to do that, then double the permeability. I'm being a bit facetious about the numbers, but I hope that conveys my perspective.
It does very clearly. Chair, thank you very much. Thank you, Daniel.
All right, thank you, Councillor Leeper. Thank you, Mr. Buckles. Our next speaker is John Dance. Welcome back.
Thanks again. I appreciate the second opportunity in one day. And I'll keep my remarks brief, given that some territory. Is it the same day?
Is it the same day as when you were last here?
Almost.
Okay.
I want to speak, and I do have a presentation somewhere there. So if I may have the second slide, please. I want to speak on the tree provisions within what's in front of you. It's simply not adequate. It simply speaks in terms of volume of high quality soil sufficient to support as recommended in guidelines. And then it speaks to the landscape plan to include no invasive species, minimum 50%. And then there's a 2-year watering thing. But that's so vague, and it's just not going to do it. If you want to make progress against climate change, you want our city to be better, it can't be vague like this. It can't be so modest in ambition. You should need to specify how many trees, what kinds, and what real nurturing is required. The recommendations and tree planting guidelines are not standards. This is your opportunity to make progress in terms of the canopy. If I may go to the next slide, please. The OP spent a lot of time, you spent a lot of time on dealing with tree canopy and trees. And here you've got a lost opportunity, if this draft goes forward, to make progress on the canopy. Similar to the improved tree protection bylaw, yeah, it's an improvement over what you had there before, that's good, but it's about protection. It's not growing the canopy, it simply protects trees. You've got to go farther. So I'm chair of the Old Ottawa East Planning Committee, Old Ottawa East Community Association. And, you know, we in the core and the inner core and downtown, we just, we really need more trees. We've lost a lot through intensification. And it's the tree canopy at 24% in Old Ottawa East, it's, you know, it's considerably below the 40% target. We need action, and we can get action through an improved standard pertaining to trees. Next slide, please. I was intrigued to read in the comments on the previous discussion you councillors had today in the Affordable Housing Task Force recommendation. The staff say the focus should be on removing barriers to modest intensification while retaining qualities people value, such as room for trees, attractive streetscapes, and compatible building forms. Room for trees, yes. And the HPDS and the new zoning bylaw should ensure that there is this room for trees. But you also need to go farther. You need to require that canopy trees are planted and maintained, and that the number of new and protected trees is proportional to lot size. You need to go that step. Otherwise, you're not going to make that critical progress towards growing the canopy. And the last slide, you'll be happy to see. Why trees? Well, you know, we all know it. It's a critical means to mitigate greenhouse gases, provide valuable shade that's for comfort and air conditioning, energy savings, essential part of the natural urban environment, enhance quality of life and beauty. And I heard staff talk earlier how the standard's supposed to reduce greenhouse gases, improve public health, reduce impacts of extreme heat events. That's what trees do, but you've got to get them planted now. So I truly urge you to take another look, make this a much more stringent and serious, and even go beyond Toronto. I mean, our developers aren't half as capable as Toronto developers. Our city is not half as ambitious as Toronto. So let's make some progress in this thing and not be so wishy-washy. My last comment is quite simply that the consultation on this has been inadequate. The focus has been on satisfying the development community. Cafes gave you solid recommendations on what could be done pertaining to trees. Nothing was accepted. You can do better. Thanks a lot.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Nance. Question from Councilor Menard.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks for being here, John, again. I think it's important we recognize the tree canopy across the city, but particularly within our Greenbelt, is drastically under threat right now. We are losing a lot of our tree canopy. And the new tree bylaw is helpful in some instances, but it's not going to reduce the percentage of which we're losing our trees, which Carleton University has done a full study on. I know our staff within the tree teams, agriculture, they're there and they're on the ground. Forestry, understand it as well, and you know, I think they also want us to take more action on these pieces. So John, in terms of cafes and what the recommendations are that you're recommending, what is it specifically you want us to do, this committee to do, knowing that this report will go to council April 13th? So what is it that you're looking for specifically from this committee in terms of recommendations?
Okay, simply meet the new Toronto standard, meet that. And, you know, we should be able to do that. We should see ourselves as good as Toronto. But I say go beyond that in terms of be specific in terms of the number of trees required, make it proportional to the lot size. So that if it's a big lot that's being developed, there are more trees. Yes, you need the correct amount of soil, whatever, but gear the lot size. And maybe this is something that comes through the zoning bylaw amendment. Maybe that's what that gets done, but do get it done. So it's not just a matter of saying, Yeah, you have soil there. Go beyond that. Get the trees. So we have mature trees. So we really have a canopy that works for the city, for all the residents in the future. And I just have to say, Sean and Councilor Menard, I take this time. I heard a lot about the discussion this morning about, well, it's the current homeowners that are. It's not for the current homeowners that we need to consider about affordable housing recommendations that the province wants. It's for the future homeowners. But that's what we're talking about right now. And frankly, we were talking about that this morning too, that it's the future people, residents of Ottawa, where we need to have a tree canopy. You know how long it takes. So do it now. Don't wait till next year. Get it built in. So Councillor, again, let's at least meet the Toronto standard for the trees. Ideally, let's go beyond. Thank you.
Okay, that's very clear. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dance. Our next speaker is Mr. Raymond Lurie of the Electric Vehicle Council of Ottawa.
I can have the presentation up, please. And thank you, Chair. So if you could go to the next slide, please. So my name is Raymond Lurie, and I'm president of the Electric Vehicle Council of Ottawa. And next slide, please. I just want to cover a bit of background before we get into the meat. So if you look at this slide here, it's got a list of some of the countries that will be banning the sale of gas and diesel vehicles by 2030, or in the case of Norway, 2025. So we're seeing a massive shift of the auto industry towards EVs over the next couple of years. Next slide, please. If you look at what automakers are predicting, or what their production plans look like, you have some examples here of what some of the automakers are predicting for the short-term future. Next slide, please. So if you aggregate all of those plans in 2020, 2 years ago, the sales of or the market share of electric vehicles globally was about 3%. Right now, well, in 2021, the market share was about 5%. If we go to the next slide and we look at the plans of the automakers, okay, so according to their expected 2025 production plans, in only 3 years, 30% of world production will be EVs. Okay, so EVs are coming in large numbers very soon. So next slide, please. So we have a forecast actually, and I won't dwell on it. If you have questions, I'd be happy to answer them later. But we believe that for a number of reasons that Canada, even though the federal government's target is 2035 for 100%, we believe we'll be closer to 100% by 2030. So next slide, please. So what does that mean for Ottawa? Well, it means that almost a third of the fleet of light duty vehicles in Ottawa, so over 200,000 vehicles, will be electric by 2030. Okay, so that's a significant challenge in terms of charging. And I could tell you that the biggest barrier to adoption, aside from supply, which is an issue right now with everything, the biggest barrier to adoption is easy access to charging at home. And we're seeing that a lot with condos, where it's very difficult to get condo boards to start providing charging services. So what we are recommending is every single residential parking spot going forward, except for visitor parking, should be pre-wired for an EV charging station. Next slide, please. So why are we saying that? Well, we know that this infrastructure is going to be required in a relatively short term. And we know that pre-wiring is much less expensive than retrofits. I could talk about my personal experience where it would have cost me a heck of a lot less. Probably 10% of the cost if it would have been done when the house was built. And that applies to everybody, right? And this also applies to the other measures in the standard. So so what I'm asking this committee to do is to look at the science, which is very clear, crystal clear, that we're in a climate emergency, and we need to act like it, and we need to not bow to special interests, and we need to do what's right for the voting public, which you represent, and have a standard that will give us a very solid baseline, a level playing field that everybody could follow, that will be in the interest of the public in general. The HPDS is really a rare opportunity for us to take meaningful and impactful action, and I would urge you to reach for that. Next slide, please. So specific things there. So I already mentioned the installation of pre-wired EV connections. This should apply to 100% of new developments. Certainly the EV charging requirement. If you're developing 1 or 2 units, they need charging as much as any other development that would be out there. So I would recommend that it apply to every single development or deep retrofit, and the applicability should be moved ahead as much as possible. There's some measures that are talked about being implemented as far as 2030. While that doesn't align, regardless of what it says in the report, it does not align with the Energy Evolution Plan. We need to act much faster. Next slide, please. So what I'm urging you to do is that you have an opportunity right now to make a real difference, because this standard sets a level playing field that everybody could agree to, and gives us a solid, or could give us a solid foundation for a decarbonized housing stock and a much easier EV charging solution. So I'm urging you to actually push back on this and have it match or exceed Toronto. And I urge you to seize the opportunity to do that now. Let's not kick the can down to the next council, and let's get it done today. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I thought it was funny at the start you mentioned the Norway thing, and they do have an aggressive environmental policy, but they're also one of the wealthiest nations in the world, and it's built entirely on their oil and gas exports. It's just funny irony. It's all
it's ironic, especially since they're about the same size as Alberta, and they've got about the same amount of production as so. But their policies are very, very different, right?
Yeah, they might make more now that Russia with Germany and France pulling off of Russian oil. They'll have to look somewhere else, and Norway is right there. Councilor Dudas has a question for you.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, Monsieur Laurie. I wanted to ask, you had said that you were speaking specifically to EVs. You mentioned a number of other things. You spoke about matching Toronto's plan in scope and ambition. Can you just summarize how this standard that is being proposed today, you mentioned a couple of things that you would suggest. Does it not match Toronto's current green development standard? Is it far different? Would pre-wiring match us to what Toronto is doing, or is there a bigger gap?
So actually, for EV charging in particular, I'm actually suggesting you go further than what Toronto is doing, because Toronto is applying that only to larger developments. They're not applying it to smaller developments. So if someone was to do some infill, somewhere here in Orleans in your ward, they're likely to have a car just as much as everybody else, and likely to want to have an EV, particularly given the rising prices of gas that we're seeing right now, right? So they're wanting to do that, and access to charging is as important to them as it is to anybody else in any other size of development. So to me, this should apply to everybody, every development that's done going forward.
Okay, I appreciate that. I also, and I wanted to thank you, you'd sent in a submission prior to today, and I have a number of questions that I'm going to be posing to city staff based on some of your comments. But, I represent an area that has a lot of, very old construction. I have a staff member who recently bought a hybrid vehicle, an EV vehicle. The cost alone of having to upgrade through Hydro Ottawa and his panels was very, very, it was significant, to say the least. And is your sense that if we don't start building for EVs, knowing that that's not necessarily the solution, transit is, getting people actively on their bikes and other opportunities, but is it that most people will be turned off of the idea because the cost of retrofitting will completely make EVs an outlandish opportunity for them, that they just won't even consider it?
Well, the cost of installing charging infrastructure at home is a barrier, like every other cost, right? So yes, absolutely. If that house that your staff member bought already had a plug that was appropriate for charging an EV, there wouldn't have been an upgrade cost. So essentially, that's really what we are recommending, is that be put in place from the get-go. It is considerably cheaper to do it at build time than it is as a retrofit. If I take my particular case, now I won't go into details, but I overdid it for a number of reasons. And again, I don't want to get into details, but I'm not the only one who spent over $2,000 upgrading my electrical panel in my house to be able to support. Now I have 2 chargers at home, right? So yeah, that is definitely a barrier, just like any other cost is a barrier, right? So the fact that EVs are still more expensive than gas cars, that'll change in the future, but the fact that they're still more expensive is a barrier also. That being said, if you're on a budget and you're already struggling because of housing affordability, you don't want to be in a situation where because you're in a rental property where there's no access to charging, you can't take advantage of buying a used EV and saving a whole bunch of money on gas, right? So to me, it's a bit of an equity issue also, and we'll see that as we move forward and prices drop and availability of used vehicles increases. I would like to see people who have to drive because of their work or whatever the situation is, be able to take advantage of the tremendous savings they could get on operational costs by driving an EV, right? So absolutely, the more we could do that in advance, the cheaper it is, and the more people will be able to save money and perhaps spend the money elsewhere, right? On something that's more important, like maybe providing better food for their kids or whatever it may be, right?
Oh, with the cost of gas and the cost of food, as you just mentioned, going up, not to mention whatever else is coming down the pipe, we need to start planning for the future. I do really appreciate your comments here. And as I said, I do have some questions based on your earlier submission for staff when it comes time, but I thank you for being here today.
Yeah, thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Gidas. Councillor McKenney.
Thanks, Chair. Listen, I just have one question. Mr. Lurie, I know that you also have an economics background and environmental background. So I just want to pose the same question to you that I did earlier to Angela Herzog-Keller. Why is it that our nonprofit sector is able to build, geothermal, passive, net zero housing, and still, offer rents at an affordable rate when our for-profit sector is kind of, pushing back on some of our standards here?
Okay, so very, very good question. So I think the key there is that if you look at the nonprofit sector and the community housing and all that, they are paying for the infrastructure costs and the operating costs of those infrastructures over time, right? So they're looking at the long-term cost and minimizing their long-term cost. If you're a landlord that's renting and you want to minimize your costs, well, if your tenants are paying for the energy costs, you as a landlord don't have any interest in making the buildings energy efficient, right? So it's very tempting, and that's what we see because people are looking to make profit, right? So what people will do is they will build to minimum code, and they won't insulate as much as they could do at relatively low cost because it's not a cost that they will incur later paying the heating and the utilities in the future. It's the same thing with builders that sell their properties. So if you're building a single family home and you're a developer, the benefit of having more insulation or having a pre-wired charging plug for your EV, that's a benefit that goes to the future homeowner, not to the builder, right? So the builders won't spend any extra money that they don't need to unless there's a standard that brings this to a level playing field where they have to spend more to do the right thing for the future owner, but also their competitors have to do the same thing, right? So So this is pure economics and pure business. You will try as a developer to make as much money as possible. And by the way, houses aren't sold based on how much they cost to build. They're sold on what the market will bear, right? And we've seen large increases in housing prices these days, which means that any developer worth his or her while is making a lot more money these days than before. Yes, the material price have increased and all that. There's certainly price inflation there, but the margin for developers has gotten much bigger as the price of housing has got higher. So there's a big fat margin there that I see would be, it'd be great to be able to have builders sacrifice a small portion of that to add insulation, add pre-wired charging stations, and a bunch of other measures that are covered in the standard, right? So it's much cheaper to do that at build time than in the future. If you take an example of my house here, which is it's about 2,700 square foot, so it's fairly large. I've been looking at what would it cost me to add 2 inches of insulation on the outside of the home. Well, it would cost me at the minimum somewhere around $25,000 to do that now as a retrofit. If it would have been done when the house was built, it probably would have, if it was today, it was being done today, those 2 inches of foam would probably cost an extra $2,000, maybe a bit more.
Mhm.
So it's much, much cheaper to do it when you build than as a retrofit.
No, I appreciate that response. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lurie.
Thank you.
We'll move now to Joan Freeman.
Hello?
Hello, Joan.
Waiting for my deck to, I think you've seen part of this already.
Just briefly, but no, we didn't read it. So you.
All right, that's good. I'm not gonna, my name's been come up a couple of times, so I'm not gonna say much, and I think you all know me. But before I start, I want to give a shout out to the staff. They spent a lot of time answering our questions after the draft high performance standard came out, and especially to Rebecca Hagan and Melissa Jort Conway. So thanks. Also, just a little bit of a diversion here. 2 days ago, when Mikhail Jean was given the keys to the city, she called Ottawa a gem, a national capital that could become an example of how to live and grow well in the changing times ahead. I agree, Ottawa could. It all depends on whether we seize the opportunities. So today I want to talk about the opportunities offered by the high performance development standards. People have said that I did a lot on a paper which you've been receiving, and I can certainly talk about that. Next slide, please. But I'm not going to go into the details on that because I think a lot of you read it. So done well, the high performance development standards provide solutions for some climate change, livability, and affordability housing. They're all interrelated. A well-built insulated house is more comfortable and much cheaper to operate. A well-designed exterior with trees, landscaping, roofing, bicycle EV supports livability, 15-minute neighborhoods, connected walkable suburbs, etc. So they're all connected, and it's just the time to do it. Today, I'll focus on climate change opportunities, but I want to note that when you solve climate change, you solve a lot of other problems at the same time. It's good leverage. Next slide, please. This is from one of your excellent reports. This is a graphic of greenhouse gas reductions, which the amount that we need to reduce to reach our targets by 2050. The bottom little green, deep dark green is the amount for new buildings. So it's not a lot, but I'll explain how it actually turns out to be a lot more. A couple of points here. This is only 8.3%, and that's if all the green standards work. High performance standards, as we've discussed, is about 50%, so we have to talk about the other. The other point, if you look at that, is that it really doesn't kick in until about 2030. It takes a while to step up and make the changes. And so it's important to start now because it's going to take a while to get there. Next slide, please. Now, this one I don't expect anybody, even I with glasses, to be able to see. But the point is that it's not just 8.3%. If you look at that big blue blob there, that's the benefit that comes from the EV when everybody from the residents transitions And you can't do that, as Raymond's explained, without the charging stations. If you look at the dirty green underneath, that's also EV for commerce. So that's a big chunk that's affected by these standards. Home building and solar panels also are affected by the front end things that need to be set up and other things. But I just wanted to make that point. It's really an important standard. Next slide, please. There's also advantages for here if we do indeed do the trees, the landscaping, the green, cool roofs, water protection. We are investing ahead of time in what it will save homeowners and the city itself billions and billions of dollars from insurance savings for homeowners and also from damages from climate change, from all the heat, winds, storms, ice, etc. Buildings really are the things that cover most of the land. So how we do that is important. Next slide, please. As people have said, there are big gaps in the high performance standards. Only 50% of the buildings are covered, and I can explain more if you want, if you haven't read the paper, and only 50% of the subdivisions. And that's a real issue because we don't know how we're going to get to the other 50%. I don't know. The city has some good plans, but some of them are real gaps, especially for the subdivision. The same with the standards we've talked a lot about. We're not going to benefit from all those things we looked at a few slides ago if we don't have good standards. And they need to be, they're not as good as Toronto's we've talked about. And there are a lot of them, as others have talked about, are packaging or pointing to existing bylaws instead of thinking of the future. Next slide, please. So it's time for us to seize the opportunity. There are ways to fill the giant loopholes that we've talked about. There are practical fixes that can be made to the high performance standards. We spent a lot of time talking to staff, and I believe in the paper that I sent you, that a lot of the building standards can be fixed. Even that missing middle can be fixed, and I can talk more about how. I think the suburbs are more of a problem, the subdivision. And also for Toronto standards, making them equivalent, we've talked about that. Tier 1 for sure, there's some essential things, EV, trees, waste. Tier 2, all the standards should be the same. Next slide, please. So that's really my summary. We do have a gem, and I think we have to seize this opportunity to use the high performance standards to keep it that way and to make it indeed a livable city that is the envy of everyone as we want. Thanks very much. I'm happy to answer questions.
Great, thank you very much, Joan. Do you have a question from Councilor Menard?
Thank you very much, Chair. Just very quickly, thanks, Joan, for being here and great presentation. The one question I have is, how do we get to a point where more than 50% of new builds are covered by these standards? Is it simply a matter of changing the square footage that they would apply to, as we know we have the ability to do? Or are there other ways that you're suggesting that we can expand so that more than 50% of new builds would be covered in this case?
Okay, great question. That's kind of the crux of it, and we've been kind of circling around it a bit today. So there are two standards. There's the building high performance development standards that deal with largely buildings in the urban area that are on land that's small parcels or infill, and probably also the rural. And then there's the subdivision standards, and the subdivision are all for the new greenfield developments that we've been talking about since we got into official plan discussions. So in terms of the buildings, right now the cutoff, it's all triggered by the site plan control bylaw, and so that kicks in for everything that's over 600 square meters. It's not feet, it's meters. And then the whole energy side of it, because of technical problems, doesn't really kick in till 2000, so that square meters. So that's a missing middle. That's the thing we've been talking about earlier this morning about affordability. And that's an important area. Now in Toronto, how they solve that one is they do what's called certification for that area. They say that you have to certify the performance of the building will be the same as for that area instead of trying to energy model it whereas the other higher ones then you're predicting on modeling. So there is a solution there. And I think if you, so that brings us down, then we just have all the infills that are less than 600 square meters, sorry. And those are, that's a lot of the smaller infill. And those ones, I think the certification would also work for those as well. And also I think some of the things the city's doing right now in terms of their deep retrofitting approaches, they're going to be with deep retrofitting, they're going to be doing energy audits for some of the expansions that are going on, and those will have an influence as well. And the final piece in the puzzle on the how do we cover all this, because frankly, all of the buildings, all the new buildings have to have green standards that are the same. It can't just be the high performance ones that right now for buildings are largely apartment buildings or larger units. They all are going to have these good zero standards to build to, or we'll never reach our targets and get the benefits from it. So zoning also will, in building codes, will become important. And I think if what we've been talking about is if we develop the standard and say, this is the standard, then you can apply it to anything, but at least we have a standard. And we know what the energy level is instead of sort of a hodgepodge of the standards for the city or this one's standards for big buildings or this and little buildings. So I think it'd be useful to think about the high performance standards as a green standard and to see how much and to set that as the floor, if you will, for everything. But there are ways to fill these things, and I think the city we should think about today what to do about that, as Angela called it, site plan light, which is that area between 600 square meters and 2,000, and whether we want to go with certification like Toronto or some way of doing energy modeling, which Ottawa's been contemplating.
Thank you.
So that's all. And the subdivision, I just want to say there's a real problem with subdivisions, and maybe because a lot of the land, as we learned at the official plan, about a lot of the land, and I don't have the numbers very well sorted out, Melissa's help, but there's hard. But a lot of the subdivision land is already got something on file in the city. It may be as little as 10% that's left, or maybe a little more, we're not sure. At least 70%'s got stuff on file. And you can't retroactively change those, but they do get old and they have to come back. So when they come back, we can be firm and we have the opportunity to add to them possibly. But I think also there's probably zoning opportunities there to solve some of this that have to be looked at seriously.
Thank you very much. That's my preoccupation now, is how to apply the standards that we're putting in place now to a larger percentage of buildings off the get-go. I've got a motion that speaks to it, doesn't go all the way, but it gets us to a place where we can have staff support for starting at a higher level than we're starting now. So very much appreciate your delegation. Thank you.
Okay, I encourage that, Sean. That's great to try to push it forward, because I think we all need to build better. I'm gray hair, but I certainly don't want the next generation to have to contend with this.
All right. Thank you, Councilor Menard. Thank you, Joan. Nice to see you again, as always.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Marty Carr, president of the Alta Vista Community Association.
Hi. Thank you very much to Planning Committee members for allowing me to speak to you today. I don't have a presentation today, unfortunately, as time didn't allow me to get you one made in time. So I've made this relatively short, and I acknowledge it's a bit repetitive of some of the other submissions. I'd like to first and foremost acknowledge that having these draft high performance development standards is a step in the right direction in addressing the climate emergency. And although we may be behind some cities, we are in step with and ahead of others. I appreciate the complexities in developing these standards, the consultations that have been required with competing stakeholder interests, the in-depth work and research that has been done. The report demonstrates this depth and breadth of work, and at the same time clearly and simply presents the findings. It's easy to read and understand a good portion of the rationale for many components of the standards and their implementation. However, I'm not a climate specialist, so I will acknowledge that I struggled a bit with understanding a few components with respect to the application of the high performance development standards in terms of the scope of the developments that they will cover. I will speak to these from two perspectives, although I know that there are others. The first is that these standards mostly apply to buildings that are large, taller buildings in the urban area. And from my understanding, which I think I've got it, is that the site control bylaw applies to all buildings over 600 square meters, but the size of building under the high performance development standards requiring energy modeling is for buildings over 2,000 square feet. This is baffling to me, the discrepancy. The city of Ottawa recently, of course, we all know, published an official plan that pleads the case for the missing middle, sold this plan as being one that will make Ottawa the most livable mid-sized city in North America, highlighted climate change and sustainability, then developed development standards that specifically exclude this missing middle from green standards, focusing only on taller, large buildings. So I don't really understand the discrepancy. The staff report indicates that 46% of the city's total community emissions in 2020 were from buildings themselves, which is significant. And then we eliminate approximately 50% of these buildings from the standards. And so this doesn't really seem to be taking the climate change crisis seriously. And I'm concerned about what can be done about the buildings that are low and mid-rise. The second concern I have with respect to the scope of coverage is for those pending applications. My understanding is these standards will apply to all new plan of subdivision applications and all new site plan control applications in the urban area. But I'm really concerned about the note on page 23 that projects that have completed pre-application consultations or submitted applications will be exempt from these standards. I'm already struggling as to why we would eliminate implementation of these standards for a huge host of projects that have yet to be built, but yet have site plans approved. In Alta Vista context, and I will speak ward-wide here and not just for my CA catchment, we currently have some huge developments, train yards, Tremblay, Saint Laurent, where the site plan is on file, but ground is yet to be broken and likely won't be for years in many cases. So not only is it difficult enough to accept that these buildings will all be excluded, and admittedly, I've struggled a bit to understand how stale applications will work, but to further understand why those in pre-consultation would be excluded is baffling to me. Unfortunately, I'm not involved in any pre-consultations, so I have little idea how many more developments this could unpack. Maybe it's none. But when you have a staff report that clearly indicates that site plan control and plan of subdivision are key opportunities to address energy performance, but then at the same time recommends that anyone who has done a pre-consult be excluded from the standards, it doesn't seem to match up. It would seem reasonable instead, perhaps, that a development application deemed to be complete should be on file for the standard not to apply. So, after reading the stakeholder views and hearing some of the discussions, it seems to me that the rationale for excluding developments that have had a pre-consultation in those mid-rise buildings is really about financial cost. And I heard Councilor Curry say that she's hearing about construction costs in Ottawa being substantially higher than Toronto, for example. I think we need to start thinking about costs as more than financial. The staff report here notes that additional costs related to the development of these standards are low compared to the high community costs with climate change, health, and the environment. I think there needs to be some discussion about financial versus high community costs here when deciding what is in scope. And ultimately, this comes down to what we value as a city and that the city we want to build and model for our citizens, including our developers. To that effect, I'll just use a quick example that it's outside the scope in terms of demonstrating the values that we want our developers to have. 2015 is the year that the first eviction notices were issued in Herongate. It took until 2021 to develop a legally binding agreement guaranteeing that this company would not rent-evict low-income racialized Canadians for financial gain. Now, full disclosure, I've not studied economics since '92, but I'd guess that the thousands and thousands of dollars spent by that development company over 6 years, in addition to the city staff and volunteer costs and many things, that it significantly outweighed the cost that would have been spent from not rent evicting in the first place. I don't think this was a question of financial cost for the property owner. I think it's a question of values. And now as a city in that scenario, there's a rent eviction policy being developed, and hopefully by supper, you'll hear about a voluntary development company coming forward with an MOU. So I think we need to look at these standards from a social perspective. And if we don't insist there's a broader application, we're setting ourselves up for failure and we're not sending the right message to developers. We need to prioritize our social and community costs over our financial costs.
All right, thank you, Marty. Question for you from your councillor, Jean Cloutier.
Thank you, Chair. Marty, thank you. I don't have any questions for you, but just want to thank you for your delegation. I know you have a lot on your plate. I'll follow up on the site plan timing issue, of course. Always good to see you here. Thanks for being so involved. I appreciate all the work you do in our community and your engagement. Thanks, Marty.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Cloutier. Thank you, Ms. Carr. So our next speaker, I see our ninth speaker, but our seventh speaker, our eighth speaker is Felix Wellfeld.
Yes. Hello. Thank you.
Hello.
Do you hear me? Okay. So thank you very much for opportunity to speak. I'm talking as a private citizen, concerned obviously, even though I'm a big fan of the work which Cafes is doing on the subject. And I had some text, which I can read, but probably I won't, because most of my points were already made very eloquently by the previous speakers. The reason I'm subscribed to present was that I'm really, ashamed and appalled by how low ambitions that HDPS draft presents, and as many people already said before, I'm a proud citizen of Ottawa, and I think that we should be better than Toronto and many other localities in any possible respect, and that does not show up. And again, all the particulars of that were really discussed by many presenters before, so I want to repeat them. I want to address just few items which came up with the previous presentation and discussions with the councillors, and actually also in the discussion in the morning, which I randomly listened to because I watched that meeting since 9:30. So one point is about the labeling and leaving what's going to happen to the market forces. We are in the red alert zone as declared by IPCC. The City Council declared the climate emergency a few years ago. We really do not have the time to sit and wait and let the market forces, to play their game. And what was brought to my attention this morning was the idea that this is a question whether this is demand and supply. And I actually was in the market to build myself a new apartment a few years ago. And I can tell you that I was not able in city of Ottawa to find the apartment which I wanted to buy, neither size-wise nor energy-wise or whatnot. And this is not true that if there is a demand, the supply magically will appear. Because, if somebody is really looking for a house, single family house, yes, there are few architects in Ottawa who build passive houses and net zero houses for themselves. You have to be architect to do that. You have to have the wherewithal to hire his own contractor and whatever. And yes, you can do that, right? But obviously for somebody like myself who is on the whim of whatever developers put on the market, you can only buy what is available. You cannot really buy what you want. Talking and addressing again the question of Councilor Curry about differences between Toronto and Ottawa, I would like to make a comment on that. Yes, the Toronto is a different city than Ottawa. Climate is slightly different. The legal landscape is the same. Regulatory landscape is the same. And the technology available to the developers are the same. Materials, technology, and even the costs, right? Obviously, the difference is that the selling price of the apartment or house at the end is different because of the market. But this is exactly what we are discussing about, right? How we can shape the market so the houses which will appear on the market year or 2 years from now and which will be and emit and whatever and use the energy for next 20, 30, 40 years will be what we really want them to be. And this is what for me is that HDPS goal, and it should be really more ambitious and more demanding than it is at the moment. And in that respect, I think that we really should demand, and yes, as somebody already mentioned, if we create the level playing field for developers and all of them will have to provide the better housing stock for us, then we will have the better housing stock for many years to come. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Wilfeld. Any questions for our delegates? Councilor Curry?
Thank you. I thank you for those comments because this is for me, this is a really tricky thing because I guess we can't predict what would happen if developers do then, if it costs developers more here and then the price of the houses are higher, then people can't afford them in Ottawa. And then we have the same problem we were just discussing in the first 4-hour meeting. Like this is the challenge I have. It's hard for us to predict what this will do. I think we should do all that we talked about earlier. We make the development standards really, really tough. However, what then?
I cannot answer you other than again relating to what was discussed in the morning. There is a significant part of the population which are renters, and because we are talking about affordability of houses as well, and moreover we are talking about how affordability of single-family houses, those detached houses in R1 zoning mostly, which are not even covered by that HDPS standard at all, right? So if we are talking about even condos, I live in the condo, I am a board member of my condo. We will put, by the way, the charging infrastructure retrofit into our condo for everyone, parking spots, right? Because we can afford that, right? Even though it obviously costs much more than it would have when the condo was built, right? But still we are paying for our energy costs, and we will pay more for gas, which we are using for space heating because the gas goes up. And yes, and the retrofitting is very expensive, as everybody said, right? So if you can do everything possible to, I don't know, stimulate, if you don't like the word force, then to stimulate the better quality in terms of many different things, livability, but also the energy consumption or whatever, housing stock to appear on the market. That is the service for the future generation. Not for me, but maybe for my children or maybe for my grandchildren. And this is what I guess, this is what I'm asking council, this committee and then council to do, right? To think about the future of not only of the house owners, but also all the residents, tenants or not, and about interest of the future generations, which will have to live with the increased temperature and whatnot. This is an adaptation thing. So one of the few things in terms of adaptation which we can do relatively easy is to. It's not to retrofit the things to the buildings we have already, but at the very least to cause that. And again, not in 10 years, not in 2030, but right now to start to demand from the people who, and the housing is, buildings are the particularly long-lived assets.
Yeah.
Right? These are not even like a car, right?
No. Oh, I get it. I totally get it. The climate argument is 100%, 100% agree. It's always just, you can never just do one thing, and I wonder what the impact will be. But I understand exactly what you're saying. And I just think that's what the challenge in this conversation is. It's just not obvious that this is exactly what we should do. But anyway, I really appreciate your comments and presentation.
Yeah, so if I may add just one
really briefly, because there was no question there. So really briefly, Mr. Wellfeld.
Okay, yeah, so that was the discussion with Daniel about whether we want to put the trees or permeable pavement on the parking lot. My suggestion is we shall put trees and permeable pavement, right? This is not all the climate issues are not what we have to decide what to do, this or that. We need to do all we can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Curry. Thank you, Mr. Wellfeld. All right, our last speaker on this item is Jason Burgreff from the Greater Ottawa Home Builders Association.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm not going to do any prepared remarks, partially because I want to try to save as much time as I can. There's been a really great discussion today. We did put in a submission. I hope you have a chance to read it. If there's any questions about it, by all means, reach out to me later on. There's been a great discussion about affordability today, so I don't want to belabor that point. I know I'm quite confident that you guys see the trade-offs, as has been discussed many times, about cost increases to housing versus the social good that the high-performance development standards are trying to push forward. And of course, it might shock some of you, but I'm not here to speak against them. We're here, we're supporting the aims of the high performance development standard. We, as is in my submission, we have still a lot of concerns about some of the particular elements, how they're going to be implemented, how achievable are they, and the cost factors as well. But as I indicate, we're quite willing to continue to work with staff on individual basis on those individual items in various pieces. Like my one example that I put in the letter is on trees in the right of way. Well, we've got a separate exercise that's working on cross sections, right? So we'll continue to work on that issue then and there. I did want to address kind of two of the overriding items that seem to be, that's brought up in most delegations or in most questions. And first, of course, is the comparison to the Toronto standard. And frankly, actually, Councilor Menard kind of hit it on the head right at the beginning. They're 15 years ahead of us and 4 iterations ahead of us as well. So we've got to, walk before we can run. And we've got to give ourselves the time, which a very short time, mind you, just a year of reporting, where Toronto, when it started, had 4 before it kicked in its enforcements on these standards. So we've got a little bit of a time frame, but you got to give us the chance, right, to build up capacity, not only on the industry side, but also on the city side. They readily in their reports note that they don't have capacity to review some of this, and they're going to be out farming it out to consultants as well. The other thing I really wanted to hit on was the question about the 50% units. And I think we forget about the role of the building code in this instance. The building code that is building up to net zero energy by 2030, and that captures every part part 9 building, which is 2 stories or less and under 600 square meters. So beyond the high performance development standard not having to capture that, because there's already a ramp up in energy performance to the highest standard we have going right now over the next number of years for those individual homes, it's not in the jurisdiction of the city to be able to demand performance within the house in and of itself. The city doesn't have that kind of authority. So I give that to provide the context that we are capturing those homes in terms of energy performance, maybe not within these standards, but they will be swept up in the improvement in energy efficiency within building codes as things move along. So with that, you know what, let me wrap it there, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Question from Councilor Fleury. We've got 3 councilors right now, so Councilor Fleury is up first.
Thanks, Scott, and thanks, Jason. Really appreciate the presentation, and I appreciate that as an industry you can come and having one conversation. I think that is very important for us to. You've done the homework amongst the association, amongst the members, and you're able to come with an agreed upon position. I think that's very helpful. That said, do you agree that you sort of have a number of groups, but 2 fundamental groups? You have developers of stock that they will be holding onto, often rental apartments, and the others. Because my position, or what I sort of see, is that those who are building rental stock, specifically mid-rise and higher, are really at the leading edge of some of the green performance, because they end up holding on to that building for so long that they care of the energy and utility cost, versus kind of the majority, I'd say, in this position where ultimately the builder wants to build what the customer wants and at the cheapest price, obviously, to respond to some of the financial issues, the affordability issues that we were talking about earlier. So is that a fair assumption that I'm describing?
Yes, actually, I think it is. And it actually would be almost pretty much word for word what my response would be to Councillor McKenney's questions about why nonprofits invest in this energy efficiency, for the same reason, right? They're the owner operators of buildings. Therefore, it's to their benefit to make these kinds of investments. Whereas on the private market side, the consumer is not demanding this, or at least doesn't appreciate the price premium that it takes to put these things in. There are certainly more and more high energy efficiency homes being built every day as people turn to wanting them. And most builders, especially large scale builders, are going to offer different models that have different energy efficiencies. And right now, we're just not seeing people choose those. They're not over other options or spending their money elsewhere.
Okay. And a final sort of question, comment. If I were to make a correlation to the purchase of a car, if I look at an electric car right now, it's very hard to find an electric car under 40,000. But if I assume that I'm spending $2,000 a year in gas, and I buy a Civic at $20,000, just to give numbers here, and I keep my cars 10 years, then I'm willing to buy a $40,000 car for that's over time, it's my same cost, right? So I want to understand, is there a model by which we get there, right? Think of like the green car, it's worth spending 40,000 now, and my cost of ownership remains the same as a traditional car around this year. Could we get there with the housing sector saying, hey, how do we bolster the green retrofits now? Because ultimately it's the consumer, it's the person who wants to buy the house today at an affordable price, but then lives the ups and downs of utility when your members are great at building, but they're gone afterwards, especially in the purchase home buyer context. So what do you see as a solution to that issue?
Well, again, the answer betrays itself within the question, in that consumer education is the critical part, right? As consumer education about electric vehicles in terms of their price point, and then the return on investment, and spending less money on maintenance and gas year over year, and you appreciate that return on investment. As consumers appreciate that more and more, there becomes more demand for cars. So it is the same principle for homes, right? Consumer education on what the price premium of buying a code house versus one that has a higher energy efficiency to any particular label to a net zero house, and then what the framing is for how much reduction in maintenance and operating costs you have year over year. And that's really the key, right? Is that consumer education piece.
I'm not sure we're resolving it, but I appreciate your answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Gower.
Thanks, Chair. I want to follow up on Councilor Fleury's questions and then ask a couple others. Using that car metaphor, I don't think the impetus to educate consumers necessarily came from the car manufacturers directly, or at least it didn't come until the government moved in various jurisdictions and put in stronger laws to discourage anything but zero emitting vehicles. So I was curious if your members at GOBA are doing anything proactively to market the benefits of higher performance homes or net zero type of homes. Are you taking any of that responsibility to try to shift consumer behavior? I wonder if it's not so much a fact that there's not a market demand, but that people aren't aware from home builders that those options are available and could be attractive to them.
So we've got a number of builders who energy efficiency homes are their niche product for sure. But even your very large builders who offer a number of models have models that are higher efficiency at a higher cost point. And I mean, they're not seeing the consumer, the consumers gravitate to those models versus the ones that are slightly less expensive, right? With that addition of that energy performance. So I mean, the consumer kind of votes with their feet, but the models are out there. People are not choosing them.
Yeah, I know there are. I know there's a Minto one and a Tamarack one I can think of recently in Stittsville. And I think Ivan's got a research facility as well where they're working on this. I guess I also wonder if some more stringent regulations and requirements from the city would help encourage more of the large home builders to adopt these standards, which would then help the industry create the scale required for the right ecosystem of suppliers and so on. I can appreciate the capacity might not be there now, but if we require it and there's going to be more people, more builders purchasing these services and these materials, would that not create an economy of scale that would make the cost cheaper to you as home builders?
There's certainly always a capacity question, but fundamentally you're going back to then the original point of trades off between house costs, at least certainly right now, and what the public good is for the environmental performance. And if the city wants to, have cities having that conversation, you guys are having that conversation right now, and ultimately you got to kind of decide where to go, and we'll work with everyone to make it work for industry and for consumers as best we can.
And just remind me, Jason, the membership of GOBA, and it's not just the large home builders. You have a range of different size companies you represent. Can you just describe a little bit who you represent as GOBA?
Yeah, we have over 80 builders and of course renovators and everyone else who participates in the residential construction industry. But 80 builders, and that is the wide range of builders that build hundreds upon hundreds of units a year, to ones that build about 50, to ones that just do a handful every year as well.
Okay, thanks very much.
Welcome.
Thank you, Councilor Hubley.
Thank you, Chair Moffat. Hi, Jason. A couple of questions for you. You mentioned in your remarks that your association is open to adopting a number of these standards that are here. And I believe you referenced that in the case of Toronto, that they did it as a phased-in approach. What are you looking at or suggesting that we do as a phase-in if we were to look at that to get broader buy-in?
So the principle behind code development, just in general, when we're not speaking about energy efficiency, but just codes in general, is the code is set at kind of at your base model, right? And then there's incentives, as you see in tier 2, to have people perform above whatever that baseline is. And then eventually, the vast majority of the industry is at that next kind of standard, and you raise the building code from there to get the laggards to catch up. Right, the same principles basically are through energy efficiency, and that's kind of when you see iterations of the Toronto Green Standard of phasing that's here within our standard. That's the expectation. As we set a baseline, get everyone to it. A bunch who are above baseline already are going to take up to the next performance level because they want that differentiation and sell that to the consumer. And then as you see, a good chunk of the industry move up, then you bring up the code to make sure that everybody is doing it.
Okay, and yesterday we discussed this with staff, and I asked a question about, in the plans, it says that they want 3 dump truck loads of earth for every tree that they plant. So I want to ask you, from the industry perspective, if you've got to dig a hole to put 3 new truckloads of earth in, what do you do with the other earth that you take out? Where's that going to go?
That is, the soil volume requirement is kind of one of the more outstanding items that we still haven't resolved with staff, and it is, like I mentioned earlier, about trying to resolve that issue at the cross sections piece. But if you're removing that land material, you've got new excess soil regulations that also now dictate. So they have to either go to a compatible place or to the dump if it ends up there. But where that replacement soil goes, or the soil that's taken away in order to accommodate those trees, is still certainly a concern. But as I said, we're trying to work out with staff how that is best addressed.
Okay, so just so I make sure I heard you right. So you could have a situation where you've got 3 dump truck loads per tree of earth going to the landfill.
If under the new excess soil rules, there isn't a place for you to be able to take it and put that fill in there, then yes.
Okay, and the last area I want to ask you about is staff gave us what they thought was a high-end estimate of how much this would add to a cost of a new house. And earlier today, we had a very good discussion, and quite frankly, I think we've discussed it a lot this term of council about how do you make, how do you generate more inventory in affordable housing so that everybody needs housing, gets housing, right? And we certainly have a need for affordable housing here in the city. But my understanding with these standards is we could add as much as $100,000 to $150,000 on the cost of every house if we were to implement these standards right away. Is that, are you familiar with their numbers? What's your association's views of those estimates? Is that on the high end, or would that be more mid-range?
I think that we haven't done a full analysis, and we've actually asked the city to provide us with what their number is. So it's a pretty fair estimate, though.
Fair. Okay, and then if we add in this car charger for electric vehicles, plus change the grid of the entire neighborhood to support every house having a car charger in it, I would imagine we could even double that estimate, would we not?
I think, yeah, I mean, there's a significant conversation you have to have with Hydro Ottawa before introducing EV chargers in each home. There was a great struggle when that was going to be part of the building code a number of years ago, right? So there's a significant discussion to be had with utilities before that could be moved forward.
Okay, I like the idea that you're interested in working and embracing these changes, because I think it's where we have to go. It's just how fast are we getting there, if it's this year or next year or over a 3-year period to get everybody on board. And some of these things, such as the 3 dump truck loads, we got to figure that out, where that's going to go, because the last thing we want to do is fill up our landfills with earth. So, okay, thank you for your time today and your answers. That's it for me, Chair.
All right, thank you. Councilor Diaz.
Yes, thank you. Jason, I wanted to just get some clarification from you. We've heard today from many of the delegations, but I've also been speaking to city staff, and they've been comparing what we're proposing here for Ottawa with what is already in place in Toronto. Now, Toronto has gone through several iterations. They've kind of finessed where they are, and who knows, maybe they'll even change it further in the future as they learn from it. Ottawa, what we're hearing is that what's being proposed here could be more ambitious, could be more in line with what Toronto is proposing. I'm asking you from an industry standpoint, do many of your members operate in Toronto as well? Are they familiar with the Toronto standards? Are they anticipating that if we're not getting there today in terms of Ottawa, that we will be at Toronto's level in the near future? And is there really a difference between constructing and development in Toronto? I mean, I get it, we get more snow. I lived in Toronto for a very long time. There's lake effect. But in reality, is the construction much more different here than it is there?
So I'll try to tackle all those questions. So there's 2 members that I can think of that would operate in Toronto. There isn't a lot of expertise that covers both regions, for sure. Ottawa is, because it's somewhat isolated geographically from the next largest municipality. Certainly our members operate sort of in the environs around Ottawa, in Kemptville and Empire and that sort of thing, but most have not reached out to Toronto by any means. There is certainly a big difference in residential construction here versus Toronto, of course. Obviously, there's a lot more low-rise here, but there's also a lot of soil conditions. There's a lot of sand issues and lead soils and a lot of radon mitigation that has to happen here versus Toronto. So there are a number of pieces like that do affect, and the smaller labor pool, for sure. The competition with materials as well. As a bigger center generates more capacity, more industry, more supply, down chain suppliers or in trades as well. So Toronto gravitates, sinks and tubs and toilets much more than Ottawa does. So all those things do have their effect.
And then my only other question that you didn't get to, and I know I had kind of.
I'm sorry.
No. It was just in respect to how different is it to construct. You mentioned about radon and the different type of geographic aspects. And I know even in our city, we've got bedrock in areas, we've got Leda clay and others. But once again, I'm assuming Toronto is fairly large as well. They have the lake, they have other aspects naturally. Is it that far-fetched for us to try to strive to meet some of the same standards that Toronto has put in with their green development standard in what the city is proposing here, and maybe doing it a little quicker than what we're already proposing in this staff report?
I think it never hurts to strive to do our best, but we haven't, we're kicking off the gates right now. If we try to jump too fast, too far, we're going to fall flat on our faces and not achieve even the development that we're trying to get to right now. A slow, gradual buildup is definitely the way to go. Again, to build capacity not only in the industry, but in the city side as well. And the what is it? The turtle wins the race, right? In the end of ends. So let's start off where we are, right, with the standards that are in place, do the evaluations and see how we can step up. And each and every time there's going to be a new iteration, obviously the standards are going to get up, and we'll get there for sure. But there has to be an appreciation that we're far behind Toronto and we can't just leap to their standard.
I might differ with you slightly in some of those comments, but I do appreciate you being here, and I do appreciate your comments. I'll take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Brockington.
Thanks, Chair. Before I ask my questions of this delegate, could staff just clarify what the estimated net cost increase will be on new builds? We heard a number. I saw some eyebrows go up. I've heard different ranges. Could staff just clarify that first, please?
So our estimate for impact to construction cost would be a 1 to 10% increase in construction cost.
Okay, fair enough. Maybe not as high as the 150,000 that Councillor Hubley said, but definitely a cost. So
$1 million house for that, and 10% for.
Yeah, you gave a range of 1 to 10%. So to the Home Builders Association, is housing affordability a top priority for the association?
Yeah, absolutely, right. And in every aspect, we're always going to bring up the affordability, what the any city's proposals are going to cost in terms of, try to estimate what that cost will be, and emphasize again, that there's an affordability crisis, within the city. Again, you guys are the ones who are going to make that decision of the trade-offs, is, adding this particular cost through development standard worth the trade-off for the house cost. And, but yes, it's our number one thing for sure.
Yeah, I want to see the development standards approved. This is absolutely the right direction to go. I'm just concerned about what impact it will have on affordability, and who then will be excluded from the marketplace because the additional costs will not allow them. It'll be their breaking point. So to you, is in your engagement with cities, I'm hoping the question is, well, if we're going to go ahead with this new development standard, and it's going to come with its set of additional costs for the industry and ultimately the homeowners, because they're the ones that are going to pay for it, are there opportunities to look at other costs or ways to save money to help balance that total cost for potential new homeowners? Has that type of conversation happened?
With overall, for all policies, absolutely. Like, again, we reach back to the site plan discussion from earlier today, right? I know there's a big concern about reducing those, but that is the cost trade-offs, right? If you're looking to increase the performance of a home, well, maybe you balance out with lower development charges, or especially on an infill project, right? That would help balance that cost question, but still achieve the aims that you're looking for.
I appreciate that. I certainly have more. I'll follow up with staff, but I think there's strong support for the new development standards. As Councillor Curry said, we just had a 4-hour discussion on the challenges to enter the marketplace and the whole affordability concepts with respect to home ownership and even renting. But we have to be cognizant about how this will further impact people's ability to enter the marketplace with these additional costs. So we do need to tease this out a bit further, but thank you for your delegation.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Curry.
My very quick comment. Thank you very much for your presentation. It's super helpful. What Councillor Brockington is saying is where else can we look to have savings so that we don't cause a different problem, right? Have we created an iatrogenic solution here? We have a bigger problem afterwards than we started with. So, but Councillor Moffat, in the presentation we had at the very beginning, there was sort of a slide that indicated in 4 years that there will be a review, and our presenter just talked about there will be reviews and we'll be able to see how this goes. But I'm wondering if 4 years is maybe too far away. And then I'm wondering if we made it 2 years, would that maybe not be soon enough to see if some of the incentives, you know, or just even to consider different incentives, if that would be enough time?
We're almost on to staff questions, so that's a great question for staff.
So that's why I sort of said from here, can I just flow into, I do want to ask staff that if 2 years would be better. And
so let's just finish up with this, and then we've got a motion to introduce, and I got a question for staff, and then we'll go to questions from councillors to staff, and you can ask that question.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much.
All right, any further questions for Mr. Burgraff? I saw Councillor Egla had his hand up for a New York minute, but then it's gone.
Yeah, no, it's more a question for staff, Scott, so I'll hold it for that.
Sounds good. I might have used that New York minute reference wrong. I'm not up on my Billy Joel lately. Okay, great. So no further questions. So Jason, thanks for your time today.
Thanks very much for having me.
Okay, so while we were doing delegations, there was a motion circulated. I think it was actually supposed to be circulated last night, but the reality is it was circulated this afternoon during delegations from Councillor Menard. I'm going to ask him to introduce that motion right now.
Thank you very much, Chair. And yeah, apologize for this coming in a bit late and for the length of it. It's longer because that's the way staff mentioned it has to be drafted because of the report. So, you know, normally I wouldn't want to have this length, but it's a necessity. So apologize for the late hour. Whereas the HPDS is a collection of voluntary and required metrics that define high performance of new building projects to advance sustainable and resilient design, whereas the site plan building energy metric in the report excluded buildings under 2,000 square meters, and the site plan control bylaw applies to buildings 600 square meters and greater, whereas planning applications are ongoing and consideration should be made for pre-applications made between council approval of the high performance development standards and effective date, whereas projects with ongoing applications are not subject to new requirements, but clarity is needed for resubmissions, whereas additional measures have been identified for review to be included in Tier 2 of the high performance development standard. Therefore, be it resolved that with respect to the report, the Planning Committee recommend council approve the following. 1, revise the report and supporting documentation to make all complex site plan control applications subject to energy modeling reporting requirements, which will lower the energy modeling report size threshold, which you'll see at the end of the motion, as described in A, B, C, D, and E. I'll go through each. A, on page 7 of the report, second to last bullet point, by deleting the words over 2,000 square meter gross floor area, immediately following the words, the HPDS site plan energy modeling reporting will be required for building, and substituting with requiring a complex site plan control application. Most of these are all substituting that, requiring a complex site plan control application. And then again, at the end, you'll see the definition. On page 25 of the report, second bullet point under the heading HPDS metrics, by deleting the words buildings over 2,000 square meters gross floor area, immediately following the words energy modeling reports are required for, and substituting with all complex site plan control applications. C, on page 27 of the report, footnote 1 of table 2, by deleting the words buildings over 2,000 square meters gross floor area, and substituting with all complex site plan control applications. D, on page 4 of document 3, by deleting the words site plan applications over 2,000 meters squared gross floor area following application, and substituting with complex site plan application. And E, on page 6 of the document 6, by deleting the words under 2,000 meters squared immediately following the word buildings which don't have energy requirements under the Ontario Building Code do not have to demonstrate energy performance under this standard. Buildings, and substituting with not subject to a complex site plan application. 2, moving on, is amend recommendation 5E to as follows. A, joint planning and agricultural rural affairs committee in the official plan implementation report with the recommendation of any HPDS criteria to be used for applications with reduced submission requirements as provided for under official plan policy 11.1 2A, and considerations for simplified energy requirements for site plan applications that are not required to submit energy modeling reports. And 3, amend recommendation 4 to as follows. 4, direct staff to report back to the Joint Planning and Agricultural and Rural Affairs Committee with revised site plan control bylaw provisions enabling the high performance development standard to come into effect June 1st, 2022, to be included as part of the official plan implementation report. And further that, A, all site plan approvals in the urban area and all complex site plan approvals in the rural area submitted after June 1st, 2022 must meet the HPDS unless a pre-application consultation has been completed prior to April 13th, 2022. And B, applications for draft approval for plans of subdivision submitted after June 1st, 2022 must meet the HPDS unless a pre-application consultation has been completed prior to April 13th, 2022. And C, extension or revision to submission draft approval for plans of subdivision submitted after June 1st, 2023 must meet the HPDS. And those are requests of staff in terms of timing, particularly on item C. Item 4, direct staff to report back in Q2 of 2023 to include the incentives consideration of additional metrics in Tier 2. This would add some Tier 2 conditions for consideration. A, mandatory embodied carbon reporting, including methodology. B, construction waste management diversion target. C, sourcing raw materials, and D, indoor water efficiency. And 5, approve the adoption of a definition for complex site plan control applications. This is where the change from 2000 would occur. So residential developments containing 14 or more units, 5 or more floors, and are having a gross floor area of 1,200 square meters or more. All planned unit developments, mixed use buildings containing 14 or more units, 5 or more floors, and or with a gross floor area of 1,400 square meters or more, and non-residential development of 5 or more floors and or with a gross floor area of 1,860 square meters or more, and drive-through facilities in the site plan control inner area or abutting residential zones. And Chair, I'll just say that it would be helpful to get staff on these items because what we tried to do is ask them, look at what can we do to push towards the Toronto model. I don't think we're going to get there on the first go around, although some of us would like to, but what can we do to get us a little bit closer? And so it'd be helpful to have them, comment on these pieces as they drafted it to kind of find a middle ground from where we are now. So appreciate the ability to introduce the motion.
All right, thanks. So I when I got this motion earlier, it was kind of brought me back to sitting in my camper in June of 2020 and getting a very long motion that was right before us in the midst of a meeting on residential zoning in the urban area. And I think at that time, Councilor Leeper brought forward a concern that it's quite a lot of information to take in the middle of a meeting. And that report ended up being deferred from June of 2020 all the way to September of 2020 before we finally voted on that. I think in the end, it was proved everything was fine. But given, it's 4:20, smoke if you got them. It's 4:20 on in the middle of the meeting here, and we have a number of delegations still coming up on different topics. A lot of folks have been waiting here for Manor Park. I'd like to, and I just don't feel like I can get right into this. I mean, I haven't had a chance to read it fully. That's the first time I've heard the whole thing, just right there, because I was listening to delegations the last 2 hours. So we have a long runway between now and council on April 13th. This still has to go to Agricultural Affairs Committee on April 7th. I'd like to suggest that the motion just not get voted on today. I'd like to ask staff to come back to us, give us a written rationale. Obviously, staff have worked with Councilor Menard on this motion. I'd like to just get a written response from staff on this, what this means, how we integrate it, how we can have it work. And I don't want to say no to it. I'd like to find a way to say yes to it. So I'd just like that extra time if if committee is amenable to that, and then it would come to April 13th council meeting, and we'd have all that information. I think we'd be more prepared to vote on it at that point.
Yeah, I think, Chair, just to simplify it, I don't want to have a big fight about this at all. So I think we're late in the day, and I agree. There's a lot there. I mean, the whole report is a lot, as the briefings showed. So I'm happy to, take it back and have more discussion with staff and get to something that, has more explanation.
Yeah, I'm not even saying that it needs to be changed between now. I'm just saying I just want more. I just want more information from staff, from Rebecca and Dawn, just to give us a written information that we can sort of dive into it a bit more. It might not be, it might just be long in word. It might not actually be long in impact. I just need to understand that. That's all.
Yeah, makes sense. So I think what we'll do is, I don't know if we have to have a vote or not. I don't think so. I think that's generally friendly. So just have it that it'll come back with staff prior to the council meeting where this item comes forward with explanation, right? So that's fine with me.
Okay with that. Okay, perfect. So now we just go to questions to staff. So Councilor Brockington.
Sorry, Councilor Brockington, I don't mean to interrupt, but I had a direction that I've been kind of bent.
Oh yeah, sorry, you're right.
Yeah, do you mind if I just put it forward and then we can, just so it's out there?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So worked with staff on this. With that, staff be directed to consult with the nonprofit housing sector and relevant city departments on the feasibility of applying Tier 2 energy requirements to all new city-funded affordable housing developments. Further, staff are directed to report back to April 13th, 2022 council meeting on the energy aspects. And during the report, and I'll send this out, but it's just during the report on incentives that they report back on the remaining Tier 2 metrics. So come back before the next council meeting to talk about how they might meet the energy metric, but staff agreed in our back and forth that to look at all 22 in that short time frame would not be possible. So
thanks.
I will get that on paper and send it out to everyone.
And this direction focuses on city-funded affordable housing projects.
Sorry, publicly funded.
Publicly funded. Thank you.
Yeah.
And I think I was involved in the email exchange, watching it back and forth. But Rebecca, Dawn, you're comfortable with that approach?
Yes, Chair. We worked closely with the councillor, and based on that distinction, we're happy to take that direction.
Okay, thanks. Thanks. And then just on the Councilor Menard motion, so just to want to make sure formally that we just table it and refer it to council for it to come back to us with a memo from staff. Is that carried? Great, thank you. Okay, I had Councilor Brockington up.
Thanks. I procedurally was going to recommend that because we needed to get it on the floor and then send it off. I'm just going to ask staff, the memo needs to be very clear in layman's language, going through clause by clause. What does the proposed amendment by Councillor Menard mean? And their comments on whether they support it or not. But we need to understand what the impacts of what the proposals are, and that's very important. There's probably not an appetite to form a working group. I'm personally not prepared to vote today on this matter. There's so much I still need to absorb, and I wasn't satisfied with my briefing, and I'm going to be reaching out to staff to get into it. There's so much more personally that I need to do before I'm prepared to vote. I definitely, like I said, appreciate the direction we're going, but I have significant number of questions that I need to sit down with staff, and I'm glad we do have that runway before mid-April to get there. But if there are other councillors who want to work with me or to reach out with staff in small groups, a subset of this committee, I'd be happy to work with others. But that's my only comment at this time. But this is definitely a good document, definitely the direction we need to go. But I certainly have a number of concerns that my residents have only recently raised. You see the amount of correspondence that we have. There's a lot of commentary and feedback we've received just recently. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilor Brockington. Just before we get into it, because maybe it might cover off, a lot of the delegations mentioned Toronto. I think it's the only day I've ever heard so many people say hey, Ottawa, be more like Toronto. So Rebecca, if you could just sort of touch on that a little bit. I'm sure it's something you heard as you were developing it as well and bringing the report forward. I'm sure this is something you anticipated. So if you could just sort of touch on that a little bit.
Sure, I can touch on that a little bit. I think one thing to keep in mind, there was a lot of references to the Toronto Green Standard. We also looked at the other GTA municipalities that have similar green standards. And by and large, we are leading among those other green standards. So that's another thing to kind of keep in mind in that comparison piece. With respect to some of the things that were raised, there were a few things that I think need a bit of clarification. One thing that was brought up a few times was the energy performance metric for the Toronto Green Standard, that it applies to all buildings, and so there's two sort of streams within that. That's not quite totally correct. There are two streams for the Toronto Green Standard. One applies to low-rise construction, which requires Energy Star certification, and that's for buildings 4 stories or less. And then there's an energy modeling report requirement similar to the one that we have for site plan control. And that in the modeling report guidelines, that only applies to buildings under over 2,000 square meters. So I think that's a good, important distinction to make. Another piece, when we were working on the standard, we were trying to build off of Toronto because we definitely saw them as a leader amongst the green standards that are happening in Ontario. We were building off of the version 3, which is what is currently in place today. A lot of the comparisons that you were presented with by some of the delegations were comparing to version 4, which is about to come into place. I think it's May 1st of this year. So just a little bit of additional context. So we, from an energy performance standpoint, our site plan control energy performance metric is in line with what Toronto has, with adjustments for Ottawa's local climate following a guidance from the BC step code. Just trying to see if there's anything additional to. I think those are kind of making points.
Okay, that's good. There might be some more specific questions coming up. Yeah, I mean, up until today, the only thing that I would consider that Toronto's better at than Ottawa is playing professional hockey. So, Councillor Fleury.
For sure.
If you wanna cheer for Toronto, go and run for Toronto Council.
Hey, I represent all Leafs fans on Ottawa Council. That's only fair. They only get one voice, and that's not really fair, is it? So go ahead.
Hey, my cousin played for them.
Scott, I had 2 directions. I was working with Don on them, and they're pretty straightforward. One, which is a head of council to do a side-by-side analysis. There were, as you rightly put out, the references to Toronto, but which element, who's talking about what? So I've asked staff to prepare kind of a direction to open that up, and it will live in record also of this time. So I don't know if it's required to get Don's comment on it. The other one was around, I really like the energy labeling. I happen to value that. And I think with the work that's being done through this, it's a minor thing that we can ask to protect and to inform consumers at time of purchase.
Don?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, staff already have a lot of that comparison, so we'd be happy to put that together into a easy to read table, hopefully, doing a direct comparison. On the labeling piece, we do need a little more time. It's also an element we're looking at in terms of our Building Better Ottawa program, our existing buildings. So we have a bit of information there. So yeah, we can pull together some further information by council.
Great. So thank you. Sorry, those Chair, I'm in your hands there. I was working with Don on that. If the staff is okay, I'm glad to leave it as a direction.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, 3 quick questions. First one, coming back to page 30, level of ambition, and the way the report's written is it really sets it up almost simplistically. I have to say, I think Ottawa residents are very smart. And I find it actually polarizes the debate rather than explaining some of the core of the issue. So if you're going to leave that in the report, I'd ask that we have trends of utility costs added to as a table, because to me, that's much more like when Riley says, I'm not ready to vote for the report, I think we have to be extremely careful. The decisions we make have impact on the buyers. There are hidden costs to purchase. And I think some of these utility fluctuations are massive in terms of impact. So if it stays as is in the report, I'd love for it to add some context to what, like, cost of ownership of a home, some of the utility costs and the tables, because I think as it reads is way too simplistic and will be used against us for too long. I think I would love for it to be slightly amended. So wondering if you have comments on that.
So just for clarity, when you're talking about what you're looking for more information with respect to the level ambition, are you looking for more context of what the cost of ownership would be to be built into that?
Yes.
I think one thing that's difficult, particularly when we start talking about transitioning fuel sources for our homes, is that the utility costs aren't necessarily clearly going to be going down, because there's a distinct cost difference between the cost of natural gas versus the cost of electricity on a per unit of energy basis. Last time I looked, natural gas was about 3 times the cost of electricity on a per unit of energy basis. So we have to be very conscious of that. And I think developers are smart, and as they start to do those transitions, they'll be cognizant of those trade-offs and building that into their design so that those concerns are mitigated. But it's not necessarily a clear shot that increase in energy efficiency is going to translate into a decrease in home ownership costs.
I hear you, and I get it's complicated and will move. I guess in the snapshot of time, if we have, say, the last 5 years of utility cost and the predicted next 5 years as a table, that alone would be, and like, what is the typical non-green home, non-standard today's standard home look like on that chart, right? The yearly cost of ownership today. And then people, it's just because as it stands, I find it creates polarizing views rather than explaining, kind of exposing the actual cost. So that's my reference. My last question is in relation to the 2,000 square. So right now, I know, I believe Councilor Manal's motion could possibly amend this, but there is a reference to 2,000 square meters as a trigger point to the tier 1. And I just wanted to understand a little better how that was chosen as a number.
Sure. So the 2,000 square meters is the trigger point for the building energy modeling environment metric only. All the other metrics don't have that trigger point. The 2,000 square meters was in response to concerns about the additional cost of consulting on creating this report. So to create an energy modeling report for a commercial or multi-unit residential building costs in the couple of $1,000 range. And when you're building a large project, when you put that on a per unit basis, it doesn't come out to, it can come out to be around $20 a unit kind of range. But when you're looking at a 10 unit building and a $10,000 cost of doing the modeling report, it has a much higher impact. So to mitigate those concerns, we're pushing it up a little bit. And the 2,000 meters squared specifically matches what's in the Toronto Energy Modeling Report guidelines. And so for consistency across jurisdictions, that was where we came up with that number.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair, for this. This report is really, really important. I hope that colleagues do look at not simply the affordable home buyer lens, but the cost of ownership, because it's almost better if your home's expensive at purchase time because you can absorb that in your mortgage for 35 years. If your mortgage is stable, but you're paying more and more on utility every year, it's extremely difficult to absorb that for everyone as a homeowner. So I think, it is a transition. We need to help that transition, but we also need to be open about that consumer awareness piece. So I think the report is very good, but can do a bit more on that front. Thank you.
Thanks. It's often not as simple as that though, right? Because you might have a finite budget on that at that moment in time. I once worked with a builder and they changed their proposal from a steel roof to a shingled roof. And I questioned, I said, well, in the long term, you'll never have to replace that roof. But you go with that shingled roof, in 15 years, you're gonna be back and you're gonna be re-roofing that. That's an extra cost. That's an operations cost you're gonna have to absorb in 15 years from now. And they said, well, we have a finite budget to build this right now, and this is our budget. So we have to save now, and we worry about that later. And that's tough, but that is a decision that homeowners also have to make sometimes. And it's just a reality. I'm not saying one way or the other that it's right or wrong, but it's just a reality. Councilor Egley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I know what the answer to this question is, but I feel I need to ask it in any event because I could be wrong. We've heard a lot, and we just heard it again with Councilor Fleury about the cost of a house that would meet the proposed new standards. And we actually heard quite different answers from industry versus staff as to what that delta might be. But we can all agree that it's going to be more. And so the question I have for staff, and again, I think I know what the answer is, but is there any way for the city to incentivize for the buyer of that new home to take that into account? By that, I mean, if you're buying a new home that meets all of the standards that are going to be required, and therefore the home is going to be more expensive, is there any way to provide a tax rebate or reduce tax for a number of years to help offset the additional costs? Because we don't want to create a situation where we build homes that people can't afford to buy. That's not going to solve the problem. So is there a way, is it legal? Is there a way for us to provide some sort of a tax benefit of making the investment into a more energy efficient, more energy stable, whatever term you want to use, home? Not incentivizing the builder. I know we're not supposed to do that, but I'm talking about the homeowner and the taxpayer, if there's anything that could be done in that regard.
So as part of the incentives report back, that would be something we would be looking at, what the options would be. I think through CIPs and those types of initiatives, there are options available. I think we'll have to look at what the right solution is for the right building typology. When we're looking at single family homes, it's much easier to go to the sort of home buyer. But when we start looking at a condo, when the energy performance and the performance measures are done on the building scale, it's much more difficult to do it to the homeowner. So we're going to have to look at all those options as part of the incentives development.
No, that's great. So I'm happy to hear you're going to do that, because again, we don't want to build these wonderful homes from an environment perspective, but people can't afford to buy them. So, you know, I think we have to look at both ends of the deal, so to speak. So I'm really pleased to hear that, and that you'll be getting back to us on what those options might be. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Councilor Egley. Co-Chair Gower.
Thanks, Co-Chair. The report mentions that buildings are one of the largest sources of greenhouse gas emissions in Ottawa. Where does it rank compared to transportation or other major sources?
Buildings and transportation are essentially our top two, and are almost equal in terms of emissions. So I think they're both around the 45% mark.
Okay, and then this initiative would apply basically to new builds only, not to renovations or anything, just larger new builds especially. Energy Evolution set a target, a 10-year target, I believe, of 302 kilotons of carbon dioxide emission reductions over 10 years. And the measures in this new standard would get us to 74% of that goal. So we're still not quite there. We're 3/4 of the way there. I'm not sure how you end up with that, or whether you have some models you're working on, but how could we get to 80% or 85%? Like, do you have the level of detail where I don't know, if we reduce that minimum size of 2,000 square meters to 1,800 square meters, does that get us another percentage point or two? Or like, I'm just trying to figure out, how do we know what could get us closer to that 100% rather than the 74% that we're at now?
Sure. I'm just going to build on one quick thing in terms of the retrofits. If there is a site plan, a retrofit that require a site plan application, then the standard would apply, which is pretty rare. But if it's a big enough change of use and change to the site, it could apply. And then in terms of your second point, what could get us further? Certainly extending the types of buildings that we're addressing would be one way. As part of that modeling, we had sort of included projections on what the incentive program would target in terms of the percentage of the market, looking at the top 10 to 20% of the market. We could be more ambitious if there's the ability to provide incentives to target larger groups of the market. We can also work on education initiatives to try and drive market forces naturally from home buyers as well. Or there could be a change to the metrics. We set the metrics, energy use intensity thresholds, based on the guidance from the model of what we should, like how we should be progressing over time. But knowing that we can only influence this one portion of the building sector, play with the math to adjust if that's the will to do so.
If the Building Code Act were to be changed to incorporate some of the changes we'd like to see, do you want to take a stab at, could that get us to 85%, 90%? How much of a difference would that make?
That would make a huge difference. It would, it would be definitely a big difference. Sorry, I was interpreting the question as what could we do as the city, but if the province were to become more ambitious with the building code and having the building code address emissions, not just energy efficiency, which is an important thing to note, that the current Ontario building code only speaks to efficiency. It doesn't, so energy in general doesn't speak to fuel sources. So if the Ontario building code were to become more ambitious, it would help close off those sort of housing types that we're not covering off with the development standards, as well as helping to support the development standard. I think there'd still be a role for the development standard to play in terms of helping to inform early design decisions, which is really important at that site plan stage, but having that building code level as well would they sort of work well together.
Okay, thanks. A few quick thoughts. We've heard a lot of comparisons between Toronto and Ottawa, and we're 15 years behind Toronto. We could probably look at it more constructively and say we've got Toronto's 15 years of experience and lessons learned that we can draw on to put us off on a better foot as we get started here. The other one is, often we think of this as just emissions, but there's a lot of other benefits as well. There is potential growth in the green job sector, so a economic benefit to this. It puts us in a better position, or puts builders and the construction community in a better position when the building code changes are actually adopted, which are going to come sooner or later. There's improved public health outcomes. There is better resiliency in the homes and the building to extreme weather. And the soil volumes that have come up recently too in this discussion, it's about supporting a healthier tree canopy. So there's a lot of benefits. It's hard to put a dollar amount to, but clearly there's a lot of benefits to adopting these standards. So thank you, staff, for your work on this.
Great, thank you. Councilor Leeper.
Thank you very much. All my questions are going to have to do with trees. So I know Nick Stowe and Martha Kovsek and I have been chatting extensively over the past 24 hours or so. Oh, there's Nick. So one of the first areas of questions is around this question of native trees and how many we're going to require. So you heard Mr. Buckles, who is keen to see an 80% requirement for native species. You have pushed back at that number. And I'm just wondering if you could explore for me why staff are opposed to increasing the amount of native tree requirement to 80% of the plants on the site.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. Martha Kopstake, my colleague, and I have consulted with our colleagues in Forestry Services about this proposal to increase the target for native species beyond 50%. And our Forestry Services Department does not believe that it is practical, or they have strong doubts that it is practical and feasible to do so at this point. The first issue is that we have a lot of challenging planting conditions across the city, particularly in areas of clay soils, where non-invasive, non-native species really help us out with promoting the diversity of our urban tree canopy and making it more resilient in the future. And then there's also the issue about sourcing trees for to meet that higher target. It of course takes time for nurseries to change their stock over. So we would need to locate sources. We need to change our procurement practices. We need to work with the nurseries to do so, to alert them that we're going to be changing our requirements so they can change their mix of tree species. So we're reluctant to support an increase through the high performance development standards. But we would welcome direction from the committee to take a closer look at this issue in our tree planting strategy, which Martha Kopstake will be working on over the next couple of years.
What about near native? We heard a bit about that earlier today as well.
So when I speak of native species, we do speak of near native species. We already make use of those, and we just consider those in our stock of native trees.
Okay. We have a fair while before this goes to council, and so I think I'll want to continue to explore that offline, because it's clearly something that matters a lot to many of the residents of the city.
Just ask it. Perhaps my colleague Martha might have something to add. No, she's shaking her head.
No, all good. Thank you.
No problem. Thanks, Martha. And I certainly would welcome it if staff did take a closer look at that as part of the tree planting guidelines, and if you're willing to accept that as direction, that would be good. But I will continue to take a look at it as we get closer to that April 13th meeting. The second piece that I'm looking at is the Toronto formula for number of trees according to the size of the lot, and then prescribing a certain amount of soil into which you have to plant those trees in an effort to get more street trees. And this is something that's really compelling to me. Sean, or Councilor Menard, spoke earlier and eloquently about the loss of tree canopy in the city. And formerly tree-lined streets in Westboro, in Hintonburg, in Wellington Village, in Champlain Park are no longer tree-lined. And that has a significant negative impact, not just on how the neighborhood feels and its pleasantness, if you will, for walking around, which is one of our goals, but it also makes a real difference in terms of the energy efficiency of the homes when we lose those big shade trees. The Toronto model would seem to bring us to more street trees, which have, the benefits to the walkable neighborhood, which have the benefits to the energy savings for the adjacent homes. Why are we not moving into that Toronto formula for minimum number of trees per lot with a minimum amount of soil?
So again, through you, Mr. Chair, the Toronto approach actually uses two strategies. First of all, they talk about minimum soil volumes for street trees, which is something that we have incorporated in our guidelines. Yeah. And then they produce a formula that is based on a target of a 40% tree canopy target on the site. So providing sufficient soil on the site to support a 40% tree canopy at maturity. We looked very, very closely at this when we started work on the high performance development standards, and we concluded that we didn't feel it was practical for us to put that formula into place. And the reason I say that is that the high performance development standards extend across a wide range of topologies. They include high rises in the downtown core through mid-rise and low-rise down to ground-oriented infill development in neighborhoods and in the urban area and in the suburbs. We simply don't, we're not confident that a 40% tree canopy is possible under all that whole range of typologies and across those different types of contexts. So we would much prefer to look at this through our tree planting strategy and through our landscape plan requirements, and to work with our colleagues in zoning to see what is going to be feasible on each type of site with each type of development in conjunction with the zoning for those sites. So this is work we want to do hand in hand with work on the zoning bylaw. In fact, one of the draft discussion papers under production right now by the zoning group is actually called Zoning and Trees. So it's something we need to take a really close look at there. And I'll just note, we did speak to the planners. I called up the planners at Toronto and asked them, are you actually getting 40% canopy cover on these sites? And they did not express a great deal of confidence that they were getting that. What they said was, well, this is really the start of a negotiation for us. And so given that remark and looking at all of the sites that this would apply to, we would prefer to take this incremental strategy that we've been working on for some time now.
The landscape review, as I understand it currently, like when we put our foresters on infill development files, it's when there is some sort of a zoning process, variance process. How can we ensure that trees are going to get planted through that tree planting strategy and landscape review? I've just seen too many instances where infills continue to go in despite landscape review without trees.
I'm going to ask Martha to respond to that one.
Well, so for the developments that the high performance development standards would be covering, those would be site plans and plans of subdivision. So we have that full landscape plan requirement. In that landscape plan review, we have a forester in planning who does the review mostly of the tree retention and tree removal. And then we have the foresters in forestry services who review the landscape plans in detail. And like Nick said, as a part of the OP implementation, we've revamped our landscape plan terms of reference. So you'll be seeing those soon, and much more detailed and sort of better requirements. So through that side of things, we're doing well through that landscape plan review. For the infill sites that you're referring to, that you're seeing in your ward, we have a requirement in that tree information report that's submitted for those kinds of sites. It's a more detailed report than we used to have before the new tree bylaw, and it requires a tree planting plan to be submitted. And also for those infill sites, we put in that compensation requirement. So they are required to plant trees or pay us to plant trees, but we also have that tree planting plan requirement. So our forestry inspectors who are working on those files are working closely with the applicants to get those trees in there. And with always a focus on getting that streetscape tree or two or whatever can fit, you know?
Yeah, fair enough. I think, I and the community we are nervous, we are skeptical that we're going to see a large wholesale replacement of street trees. We understand that in the R4s, the setbacks don't really provide a lot of room for big canopy trees on the street. But in our R3s, I'm just not sure that we're getting those. Okay, so that's something else I'll be thinking about between now and the April 13th council meeting. Finally, the parking lots. Toronto has a requirement for a 1 to 5, 1 tree for every parking stall to be planted in the parking lots. Those are large large paved areas. You can see when you look at the heat map, the largest parking lots and the effect that those have on the temperatures in the area. Would you support, if I were to put forward a motion to say we should have that 1 to 5 ratio, would staff be willing to support that?
So through you, Mr. Chair, I'll start and then I'll pass to my my colleague Rebecca. We did look at that requirement in the Toronto Green Standard, and that was one of the recommendations that we brought forward to our colleagues in the Climate and Resiliency Group for incorporation into the High Performance Development Standards. It's one that we still think is a good idea and which we think is achievable. There are some caveats on that. We don't think that the planting of large trees in parking lots is necessarily going to be practical. So it may be necessary to plant smaller trees with smaller volumes of soil. There may need to be shared soil space. And at this point, I'm going to pass off to my colleague Rebecca to talk about her discussions with industry on that.
Sure. So yeah, so we did consult with industry on that as an initial starting point. In effort to simplify what we had originally come out with, we had combined the one tree for every 5 parking spaces into the cool landscaping metric. So it's one of the solutions for addressing cool landscaping. The other thing to keep in mind is that we still have minimum parking requirements. So where there are minimum parking requirements, a development may have, not be putting in the minimum number of parking, and now we're forcing them to also do a minimum number of trees, which may mean sort of larger parking spaces and larger allocation of space than we had sort of originally envisioned in the space.
No, I get it. I mean, we should be moving away from minimum parking requirements across the city, and in our official plan, I think that is the direction that we've said we want to go, right? So I have less concern about forcing larger parking areas on folks. I do have a lot of concerns though about the lack of trees in parking lots. They're big heat sinks. Let the rest of my colleagues speak and ask their questions. And Chair, I may have a motion on that coming.
Thanks. You can always come to AIR Act too on April 7th. I'd gladly have you there. I got to do this all again then, so you can welcome me there. Councilor Hubely.
Thank you, Chair Moffat. A couple of questions. One on the tree plan. So don't go too far, Nick. Under building better suburbs, what came out of that report was we wanted to try to get bigger trees so that you would get a more wholesome canopy on the streets. And what was recommended, I think it came from staff, was to put the trees in the middle of the lots and to create bowls around them so that they would hold their water and have room for the roots. Where is that in this plan? Because it sounds like this plan is going back to trying to get the maximum number of little trees in a subdivision, which really doesn't do a lot for canopy, not in the long, for decades anyway.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So the street tree requirement in the High Performance Development Standard is actually a soil requirement. So what we have said is that we would like, pardon me, I seem to be losing my voice, the provision of 30 cubic meters of soil shared between the lot and the right-of-way. 30 cubic meters of soil is the minimum soil volume required to allow a large species of tree to grow to maturity. To provide less than 30 cubic meters of soil, chances are that tree is not going to grow to maturity, it's not going to be healthy, and we're going to have to replace it at some point. So we'll never enjoy the full benefit of that. So when we talk about providing 30 cubic meters of soil, what we're really talking about is the effort and the cost of providing large street trees. In terms of, to help visualize 30 cubic meters of soil, basically it is an excavation 15 feet by 15 feet and 4.5 feet deep. We think that's very achievable, particularly when we look at what's happened, what has been happening, what will be happening under the zoning bylaw, where we have been focusing on the provision of soft landscaping as a priority in our zoning. We've done that in infill and we've done that in the R4 zone. We anticipate doing that in the new zoning bylaw. And we have focused on providing that soil volume also in our review of our street cross sections. And those new cross sections put a high emphasis on making sure that we do have that soil for that soil volume for those trees. I'll just note that Ms. Berggraf from GOBA raised the issue of the disposal of that soil. Well, this of course is an incremental cost. So that, the excavating that 15 by 15 area would of course be incremental above what is necessary for the excavation of foundations, of basements, of parking garages. So it's an incremental cost. Yes, and he's quite right. It's about 3, I think, or it may have been you, Councilor, mentioned 3 truckloads of topsoil required to fill that hole. That's quite accurate. I checked the website of Greeley Sand and Gravel this morning, and the cost for delivering 3 truckloads of topsoil in dump trucks is about $1,200. So we don't see this as being impractical or unduly costly.
I don't disagree, and I've seen situations where the quality of the soil affects anything being grown there. So I get where you're coming from with the soil. My concern with it was, what are they going to do with what they excavate? Because if you're putting in 3 truckloads, then you're taking out 3 truckloads. And if the soil is not good enough to nourish a tree, then it's not good enough to like spread in a park or anything else. So where's it going to go? And as I believe his name was Jason, as Jason said, it could end up in a landfill. Well, then you have the landfill costs added in there. Hopefully from now until when this would actually kick in, we can come up with a plan as to what you can do with that soil. And I suspect it'll be more on a subdivision by subdivision basis. There may be areas that need fill or whatever, but in the interim, what I was trying to get at here, and after we're done talking about the tree here, I'm going to ask staff to expand a little more on those numbers that they told me yesterday, because I went away from that and started adding in costs like this, like if it comes down to taking that earth and putting it in a landfill, then I estimated that to add 5,000 to 7,000 to the cost per house. Now, if you're able, because if you're going to go purchase a ton of really good quality topsoil, you're going to pay for it because you're going to use up most of the supply out of an area, I would think. So, but we can work on that. So I appreciate what you're saying about the trees, that you are talking about planting the big trees, which would give us a realistic expectation of a tree canopy within years, not decades. Correct? Okay. So now if I can move on to who's ever going to answer the question on costs. What I understood yesterday, and I want to be clear on this, because in all fairness to Councilor Brockington, he wasn't present for the conversation yesterday. I believe you said that the average or the impact on the average cost of a house would be somewhere between 5 and 10% based on the requirements we're laying out here, but that doesn't include the additional costs. Is that correct?
So the estimate that we provided was between 1 and 10% of construction cost, and that's focused on the energy requirements.
Okay, But if there's a requirement to take earth to a landfill, or if, because now we're getting into some of the ingredients into a house, right? Like the type of windows they use, the type of insulation, all that stuff. If there's added costs there, I saw that as adding more to the house as well. I think I put that in at, again, around 5,000 to 10,000. I'm taking the average house price at being around 800,000. I think by the end of the summer, it's probably even going to be higher than that. I know, at least in Canada, Stittsville, you're not getting much under 800,000, and those are towns. Those are not singles by any means. So that's where I'm adding up. And then what was added in today by one of the delegations was that we should put a car charger in every house. Well, we know from the earlier discussions around that the grids that exists in Ottawa today cannot provide a car charger to every single house. So that's going to be an upgrade to the power system for a whole new subdivision as well. So that puts us well over 100K, I would think. Is that disputable, or are we in agreement?
I wouldn't agree with it being well over 100K. I think one thing that you have brought up that's really important to note is that utility planning piece, which the community energy plan is really intended to help address that issue, in that we're now having those conversations with utilities at a stage when they can actually work this into work these expected increases in electrical demand into their long range plans and into how we build out those communities, so that you don't have those shocking sticker prices where you're going back and having to add in transformers and those kinds of items. The other thing I'll note, between 1 to 10%, that's construction cost, that's not purchase cost. Your construction cost is going to be less than your average purchase price of the house. And then we would be looking at, as Nick mentioned, it was what I think he had said, it's about $1,000 or $1,200 for the soil if you're having to truck it in. If you can have soil on site, then that would be a different cost, of course.
So then for the costs that we know up front to this, and thank you for that clarification, that's construction versus not the value of the home. So I'm going to take a guess. I would say an $800,000 home probably is $700,000 in construction costs. Is that, does anybody on staff know if that's an accurate picture or not? It's too bad. If I had known that at the time, I could ask Jason that.
I think that would be a better question for industry. I'm not quite sure.
For industry, okay. Well, then we'll keep exploring this, because I really think what's going to determine how much I want to support this is, you know, the conversation this morning was very telling about the need to try to find a way to make housing affordable. So I find it difficult in the morning to have that significant conversation about affordability, and then in the afternoon pass something that could add anywhere from 50,000 up to the cost of a house. So, okay, thank you for your answers. That's it for me, Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Hubling. Councilor Judas.
Great, thank you, Chair. So I'm just going to start by saying that I absolutely appreciate what staff have done here. It's obvious you've put a lot of time and energy and effort and incorporated a lot of the stakeholders' impressions into this and your own thoughts and expertise. I absolutely believe Ottawa needs a tool for advancing sustainable and resilient design through its planning applications. The only, you know, I've been hearing this throughout the day, and, you know, I did ask some questions during the pre-briefings, and I appreciate that. And I know we have to, as a city, we should be ambitious with this. We need to be realistic, but we should also be striving to at least achieve the standards that we have set with our own energy evolution target. And it concerns me a little bit when I heard you just say that, you know, we're hoping that some of the provincial changes will get us to that target, and some of the other things, some of the things outside of our control will help us achieve our own target. And maybe I misunderstood. So please, when you go to answer, don't hesitate to correct me. If we've set goals, aspirations, not even aspirations, objectives with energy evolution, and we have a mechanism right in front of us today that we're about to vote on that could help us get to that and get us as close to that? Why would we not get as close to that as possible? And I understand that the industry wants to be phased in, and I understand from Jason's comments, and they were wonderful comments, that, you know, it's going to take a while for people to buy into this. But this is not new. I mean, we've been hearing about there's other municipalities other than Toronto that we've been reading about in the report that you wrote that are doing this. Toronto has been doing it for quite some time. They've gone through various iterations. So the industry must have known that this was coming in some version. So I guess my question is I would like to know if there are things that staff have looked at. We heard you talked about tree plantings and parking lots, for instance, that we could revisit before the April 13 council that would get us at least to our own target through energy evolution, that we could reincorporate into this report and see and work with the development community so they can start seeing that implemented a little bit faster than the phasing that you've identified. I want to see us more ambitious.
Okay. I think one thing that I would like to point out as part of energy evolution, it was pointed out several times that it's going to be a shared effort. It's going to be the province, it's going to be the feds, it's going to be the municipality, it's going to be the public. It really is a shared strategy. So I know that's sort of, it's hard. Like we would like to see pushing things further. I get that. And then in terms of the sort of second part of your question, what other things could we look at between now and council that would get us closer to our sort of 8% target for reduction in GHGs from the new building sector? I'm not sure. I do think that the changes to the thresholds proposed in the motion have potential to help address some of that. I would have to think a little bit more. I don't have anything necessarily off the top of my head that would help to address more of that gap.
Sorry, and just for my understanding, that's the motion that was put before us that we'll have conversations about, and it's Councilor Menard's motion?
Yes, so yeah, so it's Councilor Menard's motion, which looks to reduce that size threshold for the energy modeling, as well as looks to manage some of the sort of resubmissions and those types of issues, particularly with subdivisions.
I appreciate that, and I actually look forward to that conversation about that motion. I think it has a lot of potential, and I'm looking forward to hearing from staff on it and talking to Councilor Menard regarding it. I did have one more question, and it is regarding EVs. You know, as I said, I represent a large number of residences in older areas. Retrofitting is a huge burden in terms of trying to apply future technology to older homes. There's been a lot of conversation about the upfront cost of buying a new home. Has staff evaluated how much it would cost for folks to retrofit over time versus new build? Is there savings in the long run to people, even if they have to provide a bit of an increased upfront cost to buying the home, if their home is now energy efficient, potentially wired for EV, is looking to the future of some of those environmental costs that we'll see trickle down from some of the federal and provincial changes?
Yeah, there certainly are savings to embed improvements in the earlier on in a project, the cheaper it is to implement something. That goes for planning as well as throughout construction, and then once you're in the home. So there would be savings in terms of mitigated retrofits. Retrofits in general are going to be, you know, in the 5 to 10 times the cost range from compared to embedding it early on into a new planning project. So they're definitely worth the savings there.
And then just in that same vein, are there any federal or provincial incentives that are provided to, say, home builders or home buyers that would offset some of the costs that they could see with the implementation of this standard?
At the moment, I don't think that there are any homeowner incentives at either level. I think the federal government has made some indications that there will be some coming, but they're not. There's no There used to be some through the IESO that are no longer available. Yeah, and I think there used to be some through Enbridge as well, and I don't know if those are still available either.
So thank you again for all the work. You know, I'm going to be grilling you on this, and I think there's conversations to come. I think this is a very good tool, but I do think that we can do more. So I appreciate everything you've done.
Great, thank you, Councilor Menard.
Thanks very much, Chair. I want to thank staff as well for the work to this point. I know it's a lot. There's a lot there. Councilor Dudas asked some great questions, and so did Councilor Fleury, around the savings that, say, somebody buying that home or maybe renting that home over time, or longer term owners that may rent it out could achieve by having these things done up front. I think that's really important information. If we're saying it's going to increase the cost of the upfront buy, how much can be saved over time is a really, really important question to answer as well, even with the metrics that Chair Moffat had talked about before. In that point in time in that purchase, the after effects still matter, and so it's helpful to have that information as much as possible. Thank you for your support as well on the motion that was drafted. I really appreciate the back and forth and where we ended up. I just want to confirm that that's something that staff, as the motion is right now, staff are supportive of.
Yeah, thank you, Councilor. Yeah, generally speaking, I think we are supportive of the direction. We would appreciate the additional time to do some proofing and checking.
Absolutely, and it's why I didn't want to put up a big fight here actually today. Later on, after thinking about it, because the motion is very long, there's complications there, and so I think it makes sense to take it back. I want to make sure we do get to that point that Councilor Dudas spoke to as well, that we're pushing the envelope here, that we're getting to a point where we're starting from a good place. It may not achieve everything Toronto is, but at least we're starting in a better place to try to meet the very ambitious goals we have in our own plans, our climate change master plan goals. So I want to make sure that what it's doing is actually, advancing the goalposts, I guess. To that point, in the motion itself, we talk about changing some of the threshold for that under 2,000 square meters piece. So I just wonder if you could talk a little bit more about that and why that may be palatable in this case, and then I'll generally leave it there. One more quick comment, then I'll leave it there.
I'll just start and then I'll throw it to Rebecca. I think one thing it does do, it harmonizes it better with our current site plan thresholds for what's a complex, what's a standard site plan application. So there is that benefit in terms of, it's clearer, and we're using existing thresholds, and there'll be more consistency, understanding versus, less, a more convoluted solution. So I'll ask Rebecca to add to that.
Yeah, I think I was going to go along the same lines as Don. As in the report, we talk about how energy modeling review fees will have to be factored into future considerations on the application fees, and so having it be tied to these thresholds that are already existing within our planning review process would be a good change, as well as it does increase the number of buildings that it would apply to. So we're moving from, for a multi-unit residential building, we're moving from a 2,000 square meter size threshold to a 1,200 square meter size threshold. So it would be a pretty significant impact to a number of buildings that are considered under it.
That's great. Thank you so much, which would obviously increase the percentage of buildings that we're covering in terms of new builds for the sustainability thresholds at the tier 1 level. So that is very much appreciated. My comment is just that I'm going to support what's in front of us today, but with the caveat that there's a lot more still discussion to be had here. The delegations were very good today. They're very prepared, and they've looked into it. We need to listen to what they're saying. I think the motion tries to get to some of that, but it's not everything that they're asking for. But I do want to make sure that this passes today in order, because I've heard some comments in opposition a little bit, but I want to make sure we pass it today and then have that discussion and debate at council for pushing a little bit more here so that we can get to where some of the other municipalities are in Ontario, because we're late on this one, right? A lot of other municipalities have already got a head start a long time ago, so we have catching up to do, and we don't want to catch up in a very slow way. We want to catch up. So appreciate all your work. It's been great and appreciated. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor King.
Thank you, Chair, and I appreciate it's a long day and there's still more to go, so I'll be brief here. Just really want to echo the comments of both Councillor Menard and also Councillor Dudas around being more aggressive in scope and ambition. I'm very pleased with the pre-briefing that I received, and I think that we're starting on the right track. But like others have noted, we are 15 years behind Toronto, and it's going to be very important that we catch up if we're serious about our energy evolution plan to reduce emissions by 100% by 2040, notwithstanding the fact that we know other levels of government need to be involved in that. But I think what Councillor Menard has brought forward is very important, because that was my concern. But I saw the way that the conversation has evolved here in terms of being able to catch up, because the one thing that I did notice with the Toronto Green Standard is that each iteration was every 4 years, so almost once a term. And so that's why I'm very pleased that Councillor Menard moved a motion that would catch us up. So the only request I really have is in that memo, whether there can be some information on the gap in terms of this motion and where it gets us in comparison to the Toronto Green Standard. I'd be very curious about that, because obviously we want to get as far as possible to really ensure that we are moving forward with this standard. I'd also like to see just a little bit of discussion on how energy performance metrics might be made public, even if that's through anonymous data. In terms of aggregation. But I think that that's very important, because that's going to be a very important tool for us to actually ascertain where we are in terms of progress of the implementation of the standard versus any emission reductions that we might see. So just a few quick comments, and thank you for the good work, and just hoping to see some of that information relayed in the memo to council.
Sure, yeah, I think that sounds good. The one thing I will also note, this second part of Councillor Menard's motion that we haven't talked about is talking about that report back for making sure that we're not having any buildings that are subject to site plan control that are totally exempt from any energy requirements. So that's what that second part of it, and we'll get to that. We'll be able to explain that more fully in the memo. The other thing with respect to public reporting, site plan applications are made public when they're going through their considerations. So all that information will be part of what gets submitted and is posted on our development applications page. We're also I've been working with my colleagues who are working on the Better Buildings piece to see they have their own sort of reporting initiatives that they're looking at for existing buildings, and we're looking at how we can pair those two initiatives to have a one-stop shop for learning about what are the energy performance levels that we're seeing in buildings built today. So there's some stuff happening on that, but it's still in the works.
Well, I appreciate that, because obviously when we're not measuring, we can't manage properly. So it's great to know that we will have that information coming back. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And lastly, likely, is Councillor Tierney.
I'm not going to ask about Nickelback or anything. Don't worry. Anyway, I just want to say
I would adjourn if you did that.
So I think we've had a really good debate today on many issues, and thank you to the co-chairs. A couple of things. First of all, I think Co-Chair Moffat's comment about steel roofs, and if we were to look at things in a modern perspective, you'd be looking at possibly solar roofs and cost benefit. So on that question, I just want to know from staff, with I'm deadly afraid of the cost of housing and our children being able to actually afford housing. We remember previous federal governments in the past changed the rules around mortgages to go from, it was like, it was always, well, I see someone snickering there, but it used to be 25 years. And that was always the standard, the gold standard, 25 years for a mortgage. But if we're talking about increasing costs on things, I remember there was a certain segment that went 30 and 40-year mortgages, and then the government clawed back and changed the rules. If we're looking at trying to front end, because that's what this is, we're front ending a whole bunch of things that are terrific. Have we been working with our federal partners around mortgage rules, specifically around a lot of these new additions that could come in, whether it's, you look at the soil, you look at maybe solar, and I'm only triggered by this because through the good work of FCM, which I'm a part of, we've done the aspect on the retrofit side, but now we're running into new problems where mortgage costs, the ability to be able to meet the test of a mortgage costs have gone up dramatically. And that means the only way to achieve that is to be able to add on years. Not that I'm totally in favor of that, but it's the only real solution. Are we working with our federal partners as well to see about that ability to be able to add on much more on the front end side, which is terrific?
So the short answer is I haven't been working with our federal partners on the mortgage rules. One thing I will note though is last time I looked, the CMHC has a green home mortgage rebate. So people who have a mortgage and are required to get mortgage insurance, they get it through the CMHC. They get a rebate by hitting a certain performance level. So there is that one protection piece. It is a fairly significant rebate. And the standards that are being presented in terms of level of performance would make a project eligible for that.
Okay, great. And I know a lot of my colleagues have had a lot of questions, and I'm glad, Councillor Menard's, there's going to be a little time to breathe before we get it to council. How confident are you that you'll be able to get all the answers? Because I keep hearing, oh, we have to ask industry, we have to ask federal government. There's a lot of asking to take place on something that's, I think, very, very important if we want to. And again, it's not just about people that want to buy net new. People are going to buy a lot of these properties and rent them out. And there is a cost everyone pays. And I just want to make sure we're well prepared before council when we have to make these decisions. Do you feel confident you have enough time for that?
From my current list of asks, I think that we're in pretty good shape to be able to respond to these. Yeah.
Terrific, thank you. So I will be asking some of my federal partners. Conveniently, I happen to be in the riding of the Treasury Minister, so it kind of works well. I'll have a lot of questions to them as well when it comes to mortgage rules and how we can see changes, because if we want to go down this road, the old school style 25-year, and that's how I was raised, was, your goal in life is to, if you're not in that, there's a lot of people I can't afford, they've had to fight a big battle to be able to have home ownership. I'm not hearing an avenue to that. I'm hearing a different avenue. And I just want to ensure we have a lot of options on the table, more than what our current system provides. So I'll work on that. The last piece was related to earth removal. And I only say this because I've gone through it and all my colleagues have gone through it. I even tried to put a splash pad in. And when they try to take the earth out of there, the cost to remove the earth, because of our Ministry of Environment's rules and regulations and deemed contamination levels, are insane. Councillor Hubley mentioned it, and I'm a little concerned about the cost of soil removal. And we have many examples, even stage 2 light rail. I know some of my eastern colleagues are looking at Mount Trim and Mount Blair, where there is a significant cost to clean that soil so it remains in place and we're building mountains. Are we going to be prepared with what kind of numbers could occur at council? And I just want to be ready for it so we can have a real conversation about how much this is going to cost at the end of the day.
Yes, we will do some additional work. I think Mr. Stowe provided some, good information there. There is already costs in terms of excavation for utilities, for basements, and we have to look at what that incremental cost is for the tree component of a site. So yes, we will be prepared to respond.
Great. I don't want sticker shock for anyone. If we're going down this road, whatever financial mechanisms from a federal perspective and banking perspective that we can have in place, whatever, I just want to make sure we do this in the right fashion and not lock a lot of people out of the ability to be able to purchase a home. So anyway, thank you very much, staff. I know there's a lot of work. You've definitely worked with all council colleagues to, abreast them of what this is about. I know there's been a lot of debate on it, and before council, I think those questions certainly have to be answered. So thank you.
Great, thank you. I don't see any further questions for staff. So as we already dealt with the asset management amendment at the start, we already dealt with Councilor Menard's referral. So we will go straight to the report. As I like to do, I'm going to read the report recommendations. We'll try to go quickly because they're not short. That the Planning Committee, Agricultural Rural Affairs Committee recommend council approve the following. 1, approve the high performance development standard site plan metrics in document 3 and as described in this report. 2, approve the high performance development standard of subdivision metrics in document 4 and described in this report. 3, approve the implementation plan and standard delegated authority report conditions in document 8 and described in this report. A, direct staff to update the development review process documents to reflect this plan. 4, direct staff to report back to the Joint Planning and Agricultural Rural Affairs Committee with revised site plan control bylaw provisions enabling the high performance development standard to come into effect June 1st, 2022, to be included as part of the official plan implementation report. 5, direct staff to report back to the following committees. A, the Standing Committee on Environmental Protection, Water and Waste Management by Q3 2023, with recommendations to update the corporate green building policy to align with Tier 2 of the high performance development standard. B, the Standing Committee on Environmental Protection, Water and Waste Management on key performance indicators relating to the implementation and results of high performance development standard as part of the Climate Change Master Plan annual status update. C, Planning Committee with proposed incentive program and funding options to support higher tier performance, Tier 2 in Q2 2023. And D, Planning Committee with a review and update on the high performance development standard every 4 years, first recommended update for approval 2025. E, Joint Planning Agricultural Rural Affairs Committee in the official plan implementation report with a recommendation of any HBTDS criteria to be used for applications with reduced submission requirements as provided for under official plan policy 11.1 2A. 6, that the mayor, on behalf of council, requests the government of Ontario, A, amend the energy requirements of the Ontario Building Code to align with climate change mitigation goals and improve adaptation measures for the changing climate, or if the government of Ontario does not agree to implement these changes, B, provide provisions within the Ontario Building Code for increased resiliency and net zero emissions, and give the authority for municipalities to implement these measures. On that report?
Yeas and nays, please.
Yep. Yeas, nays have been called.
Bear with me for a second, Chair. Okay, Councillor Dudas.
Yes.
Councillor Curry.
Yes. Yes.
I got your yes, Councillor Curry. Councillor Tierney.
Yes.
Councillor Leeper. You're muted, Councillor.
Yes.
Councillor Brockington. Councillor Kitts.
Yes.
Councillor Hubley, excuse me.
No dissent.
Chair Moffat.
Yes.
Chair Gower.
Yes.
Did you get Councilor Menard?
No, I didn't. Councilor Menard.
Yes.
8 yeas, 1 nay. Does that make sense? No, that doesn't make sense. I'm missing people.
Great. Thank you. I came in, Glenn, I came in 7 minutes under your 4-hour time on the first item. I came in at 3 hours and 53 minutes on the second item, so I win. All right, back to you.
Well done, Scott. Okay, so about 8 hours ago, I said we would consider items 4 and 5/6 ahead of item 3. Almost seems like a moot point right now, but we'll proceed with that. What I wanted to ask committee is, with your concurrence, that we skip the staff presentations on these, just as a way to cut down on our time. Are we okay with that?
Heck yes.
Okay. Councilor Menard?
I'm good with skipping the presentations, I suppose, although we should probably ask the ward councilors that question specifically. I am fading pretty quickly here, though. The Zoom thing for the 8 and 9 hours just gets to me. So are we expecting these are going to be long? And if they are, like, I don't know that I'm going to stay on, to be honest. So.
Well, we do have an issue that our quorum in this committee is 6, and we already have 2 and possibly 3 committee members who have left. So we do need folks to stay on. I think these next 2 items will be relatively quick. The final item, hard to say. We have a lot of speakers registered. So I suggest we get through 4, 5, and 6, see where we're at. Maybe we take a short break before we go on to the final item, but I think we should soldier on while we still have quorum.
Yeah, it'd be great to have, like, I'd love to have like 20 minutes with my kids for dinner or whatever, you know, like it's just too much to continue on, I think, so.
Councilor Diaz?
I'm sorry, I have a development meeting in my community, ironically, at 6. So what I would ask is, if we are going to take a break, could we do it at 6 so I can go launch that, and then we can come back. I'll come back to this committee and I'll kind of wear both hats, but if we could look at that, because I agree with Councilor Menard, I think a break would be in order for all of us.
Okay, we'll keep that in mind. Councilor McKenney?
Hi, thanks, Chair. So I'm here also for 50 the driveway, and people have been waiting all day. I'm also fading, but I'm not sure why the legislative agenda has not been ironed out a little bit smoother through this couple of months, why this needed to be on today, but it did. So I want to appeal on their behalf. They've been waiting since 9:30 this morning to speak to the item.
Definitely. Well, we'll try to keep going here. So if we go to item 4, that's the OPA and zoning bylaw amendment for 112 Montreal Road and 314 Gardner Street in Rideau Vanier. We have 1 public delegation registered. That's Chris Greenshields. Is Chris still with us, first of all?
I also have a technical amendment on, well, that's on, yeah, 112 Montreal. On,
yeah, why don't you introduce that technical amendment, Scott, while we're connecting Chris, and then we keep this moving.
No worries. So it's just about an adjustment to setback requirement, sorry. So whereas the report includes a height schedule in document 4, and whereas the applicant is requesting to amend the northern setbacks of tower B1 and its podium from 9.9 meters to 9 meters, and from 7.9 meters to 7 meters, respectively, to allow room for adjustment of the building envelope at the detailed design stage. Therefore, be it resolved that the height schedule shown in document 4 be replaced with the attached revised schedule. Further, be it resolved that there be no further notice pursuant to section 3417 of the Planning Act. If anyone has questions, the planner, Steve Gauthier, is on to be able to adjust to speak to that motion. But I think Councillor Fleury is aware of it as well.
Okay. Can we just vote on that motion now, since it's a technical amendment? Is that motion carried? Carried? Thank you. So I'm going to go to Chris Greenshields, and then we'll go to the applicants if they want to comment or answer any questions. So Chris, thank you for your patience. It's been 8 hours since the start, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. I'm speaking on behalf of the Vanier Community Association. Recently, this committee agreed to a staff recommendation for an official plan amendment for a quote minor unquote increase to the 28-story height permitted under the secondary plan by 4 stories for the Gateway project at Cummings Bridge. Now we are presented here with an application to more than double the 37 stories, the permitted height of 18 under the secondary plan for an adjacent property. There is a holding bylaw covering this property. It conforms to the secondary plan. On staff recommendation, the bylaw conforms with the city NCC covenant concerning road access from the Vanier Parkway to the neighborhood within the block, as recommended by staff at the time. Now staff appear to be recommending that Palace, a very narrow street and a narrow right-of-way, the original part of Vanier, with the stoops of its houses directly on the curbs and no sidewalks, as a major entry route for this development of almost 900 residential units. This does not comply with the secondary plan. It is unsafe for residents of this street and is totally unacceptable to us. Snow clearance is difficult here, as you can imagine. The building of new housing seeking to fit into the character of the street continued as approved by city staff and consistent with the mature overlay. The city has since learned with the mayor private project what a bad idea connecting the Vanier Parkway to the adjoining residential neighborhood is, and why the covenant makes sense, as in the case of the Pressland development. The VCA has worked for years now with the previous and then the current applicant, and what was an amendment to the holding bylaw has turned into an official plan amendment. We have been assured that staff oppose the use of Palace Street as a primary entry, and that staff would consider the proposal by the VCA to establish a new intersection on the Parkway, similar to the arrangements at Pressland, also on the Parkway, and consistent with the covenant and secondary plan. A new intersection would permit a pedestrian cycling crossing to connect the roads adjoining the Parkway and facilitate vehicle access also to the new Canadian Centre for Cybersecurity, as well as the new development. We understand that the applicant has agreed to this approach. As for height limits, the secondary plan addresses the respective relationship between this site and the gateway, the nearby gateway site, which council has now approved, as I mentioned, for up to 32 stories. We think any amendment to height limits for this site should conform to the intent of this secondary plan to give visual prominence to the gateway development. The shadowing effects of a 37-story tower are extensive and are inconsistent with the secondary plan policy direction and the tall building design guidelines to minimize shadowing effects. The UDRP, for its part, has recommended towers of 30 stories, 25, and 15. As this application moves forward, hopefully with suitable changes at this committee, the VCA will continue to be actively engaged on site plan control. VCA welcomes the provision for family-sized rental accommodation, but some units should be more affordable. Reconfiguration of the site is also welcome. The proposed POPs drastically lacks trees despite the limited tree canopy in Vanier. The VCA welcomes that the second tower is set back from adjacent low-rise residences to the south, consistent with the holding bylaw. The space south of the new road has been green space for many years. Rather than a basketball court, more trees are needed, and a small shaded park would add to Vanier's limited park space, and screen the increasing pollution and noise from the Vanier Parkway and add to the vegetative barrier for the adjacent low-rise townhouses. Finally, we look forward to working with the applicant and the city and the councilor to implement a community benefits agreement, including for affordable housing, as discussed with the applicant. The VCA recommends also that affordable housing be facilitated through the use of the Montreal Road Community Improvement Plan. Thank you, Messi.
Thanks very much, Chris. Just look for any questions from committee members. Not seeing any. Thanks very much, Chris, for your patience today and for presenting to the committee on this item. We have the applicant here, Miguel Tremblay and Rod Leahy. If either of you want to make any statement or delegation, there may be some questions from committee. Councilor Leeper, your hand is up for the applicant.
It is. Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll let them come into the panel room here.
Sorry, just been let in. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Hi, Miguel.
Thank you. And I believe Rod Leahy is joining me as well. Good late afternoon, everyone. My name is Miguel Tremblay. I'm a partner at FOTEN. I'm here with the project architect. What I could suggest, maybe we did have a presentation ready for you, but I'm getting the sense that you would potentially like me to address, along with Rod, some of the comments made by Mr. Greenshields. Is that a fair statement?
If you'd like 5 minutes, whatever the best use of your 5 minutes for the committee, Miguel.
What do you think?
I'm comfortable doing a quick presentation. I'll be as brief as I can be and give some room at the end for Miguel to speak to planning. Is the presentation up? Next slide, please. So the subject site at the intersection Montreal Road, or close to the intersection Montreal Vanier Parkway. It should be noted a few things that my client is invested in this area with a site across the street under construction across Montreal Road, and of course ownership of the shopping mall on the other side of the Vanier Parkway. This was a site of the old hotel that was torn down. My client decided to tear it down in advance of construction to rid the area of some questionable activities taking place on the site. Next slide, please. So the existing site right now is actually a high-rise site. As mentioned, you can see this is the existing zoning right now. The 6 buildings on the site, very little room for any meaningful green space. And even the small low-rise building in that area Mr. Greenshield was just mentioning, we call it the panhandle of the site. Also, you notice there's no real access to the site off Montreal Road. Next slide, please. This is just a quick massing of what the allowable zoning is in place right now. Next slide. And again, with the site in question, with the developments that's taking place along Montreal Road, of course, with the River Rain project at the far end at the bridge crossing. Next slide. Next, please. So this is the proposed site. You can see what we've done is reorganize that development to create a major green space within the site, sort of a common amenity area. We've key features in our development is these, say the 3 towers ranging from 37 to 28 to 16 with some transition to both the west as well as to the south. And we've introduced the idea of the basketball court that was the low-rise building. And really that came through public consultation. One thing really needed in the area was this idea of a basketball court. And then building A, which is a small building that complies to the high-rise or the mid-rise guidelines of Montreal Road. But more importantly, we've reduced the size of it to allow for a great pedestrian entrance and outdoor space off Montreal Road, allowing people to come onto the site. You can see our taller buildings have 6-story podiums, as well as 4-story buildings on the low podium on the lower building. And then we've introduced as a tot lot at one point, and then just to try to get as much green on the site and much sort of public animation space on the site. Next slide. Key to this was pedestrian access and movement. And so this demonstrates this movement coming off the Vanier Parkway for access to the bus stop, which is the current existing bus stop, access to Montreal Road, and then access to the greater community. As mentioned earlier, we're showing our vehicular access coming in off Palace and off of right in off Montreal Road, and then 2-lane out on Palace heading south toward Selkirk. Next slide, please. So site plan, really, I know you're not interested in floor plans. The biggest really of this is the idea on the ground floor. We've got great opportunity for community space, including daycares, common room areas. So there's great opportunity for public involvement. And of course, retail on Montreal Road to help strengthen the retail component on Montreal Road. The other key idea is that we have roughly 20% of our residential units are 3-bedroom units. And we're looking at alternate ways of creating flex space within the buildings. Units can shift and change over time, depending on the needs of the residents as they sort of age in place. So next slide, please. So these are some very quick images from a zoning point of view, showing the idea of the 6-story podiums along Vanier, the taller buildings, in this case, stepping down toward the south. The next slide. Again, you can see now the transition of the taller building down to the 16-story building down to the 8-story building on Montreal. Next slide. Again, this idea of transition within the towers, but keeping that lower podium distinct and allowing that sort of connection to grade. Next slide. And then some of the interior spots, the idea of this large green space or central park area within the development, the tot lots that are accessible to daycare areas, and great flexibility within the site plan. Next slide. This basically showing this the site in context with the development potential that's taking place in this area. We recognize this area under great transition and excited to be part of it. Next slide.
Rod, we're at time, so if you could wrap up and then we'll go to questions.
Yeah, next slide is just one more. And then I'm sorry, I've taken all Miguel's time. And that just shows that sort of bowl effect that we're creating with the high-rise buildings on our end of this block. And of course, the River Rain project on the most westerly site, and that sort of lower scale in between. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rod. Councilor Leeper?
Yeah, so I haven't delved too deep into this one. How many parking spots are you proposing? For how many units? Like, what's the ratio?
Let me just think, I have to check my notes here. We're using a fairly high parking ratio right now of 0.9, but
guys,
yeah. Well, the idea is there's flexibility because it's a phased development. So the flexibility allows us to change this, also to have opportunity for possibly some shortage that right now exists within the area for parking. So we've got right now, yeah, it's 0.9, 3 levels of underground parking.
Okay, and the second piece, I'm just wondering, can I see the landscape plan? I heard Mr. Greenshield speak about the lack of trees. I know that starts to get into site plan, but in the quick look that I took of the plans, there seemed to be a deficiency of trees or deficit of trees.
I think it's on the site plan.
I don't know
if I may, Mr. Chair, because it's site plan, and I want to respect my colleague. If he's interested, I'm glad to engage him with the site plan.
Yeah,
it's very early, and I had provided early comments to the applicant, which they committed to reviewing, and we will be hosting a public meeting on site plan. So
okay, I'll take that.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So I'll leave it there. I just, we've got to start doing better on parking, and I don't know why the city is allowing these kinds of ratios. It's crazy in terms of what we're trying to achieve with our official plan and TMP goals. I'll leave it there. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Jeff. Councilor Fleury, questions for the applicant?
No, just on wrap up, Mr. Chair.
Okay, any other questions for the applicant? What about questions for staff? Does anyone have any questions for staff on this? Okay, then Councilor Fleury, if you want to wrap up.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Chris and VCA for the engagement presentation. I will raise a few elements. One, which is kind of probably the ending point, which is as the zoning is in front of committee today, assuming it passes, we will be working closely with the applicant on a number of elements, including some of the materials for the buildings, some of the lighting of these buildings. We'll be looking at more carefully the entrances and movements on and off of the site, particularly interested in intersection off the Vanier Parkway to minimize the community cut through. And we will also be advancing a number of public grade amenities. And Councillor Leeper, glad to add that to my list of requests in terms of trees. I will also follow up based on your comments with the applicant and maybe ahead of council if there is a touch point relating to your parking comment. I do think it does deserve further discussion. So I will take that offline and glad to engage you on that. On the final point, I know councillors and colleagues, my community was raising concerns of heights, and I do want to clarify for the record that what was approved in the past there was four buildings, 18 stories, and it can be jarring when you start looking at some of those density transfers, and yes, they're not perfect in terms of volume transfer, but I do think that getting better design, better buildings, skinnier buildings, better location does minimize some of the neighborhood impact. So, you know, it is important to see developments on main streets, and this corner here, or this almost corner of Montreal Road and Vanier Parkway is an important sign of what's happening in Vanier, following the Main and Main site, which the committee approved a few months ago. And now here we are with the Manor Park Estates 112 Montreal Road. So thank you everyone for your time, and certainly we'll be following up. I see Councillor Manal does have his hand up, and it reminds me that there are components of affordable housing that still need to be solidified and negotiated as part of the site plan conditions. The applicant is committed to that, and so am I, and the community, as Chris highlighted with the community benefit agreement.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Fleury. Councillor Menard, did you?
No, Councillor Fleury addressed it. Thanks, Councillor Fleury, for mentioning that. I just wanted to raise that, as we should be often with these applications. So appreciate that. It's a lot of housing going in, and we heard today how much affordable housing is, how much important affordable housing is. So really do hope that comes back at the site plan stage. Thanks, Councillor.
Okay, so I'm seeing no more questions for staff, no more hands up. So we've already voted on the technical amendment from Councillor Moffat. So are the report recommendations carried as amended?
Carried.
Carried. There was a dissent, Councillor Leeper? Okay. All right. So it's 5:56 p.m. We've got basically three more items, items 5 and 6 and items 3. We're going to take a break and come back and finish off so that we can maintain quorum. So we're going to break until let's say 6:15 p.m. and hopefully we'll be able to maintain quorum and finish off our final items. 6:15 p.m. and we'll see everyone soon.
See, I did that once, and I was told that we might get in trouble with YouTube rules.
I guess copyright or something, right? But
Yeah.
I could sing it. That doesn't violate copyright.
No, I sat alone and played that "One Is the Loneliest Number" song.
I remember "Happy Birthday" had a problem too back in the day.
That's odd.
Just saying. Weird.
That was like the go-to hand washing song. It started COVID, right? Happy birthday twice.
Blowing out candles.
No, one's in French, one's in English.
La première fois en français, mais
Yeah.
je suis vieux maintenant.
You could also just count to 20 and it did the same thing.
C'est
In the
vrai.
same rhythm. In the same rhythm as Happy Birthday. I'd like to mix
The
it up.
portion of that song doesn't get you to 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
1,
9,
2, 3,
10, 11,
4,
12.
5, 6, 7, 8.
Then you have to
9,
add numbers though.
12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I did it often.
Jeff slapping the bass. But what is Jeff eating? That's my concern.
I went next door because I didn't have time to go get food. So Courtney and Riley's office, it's a pastry. I was hoping for a granola bar or something, but it's a pastry. I'll take it.
It's 6:15 and Riley staff are just hanging out in his office.
A very dedicated staff.
Okay.
Okay, we have 6 of us, at least 6 planning committee members. We have quorum. We're going to go ahead with the driveway items. We may be deferring the Manor Park item because we've got several committee members with competing commitments, a couple committee members who are not feeling well, and we don't have a meeting on March 24th. So we're just seeing procedurally if we could do a special meeting to do Manor Park on the 24th. I don't think anyone was expecting the first 2 items to go 4 hours each. This is a little, it's too long of a day. Anyway, so Councilor Moffat, I think you are just going to work with clerk staff to confirm the procedure on that, but we'll go ahead with 50 the driveway right now while we figure out those last details. We have an official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for 50 the driveway. That's item 5. And going along with that is item number 6, the heritage approach for 50 the driveway that involves a heritage easement. We had 2 delegations, but I just want to check with Kelly. Have the delegations returned, or are they left a little while ago? Is that
yes, they're both here actually.
They're both here. Okay, so we have Marcus and Adrian and Michelle, or okay.
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay, so we'll go to the we're not going to do a staff presentation. I'm going to go to the delegations first, and then we'll go to the applicant, and then we'll do questions for applicant, questions for staff.
Just a quick question, co-chair.
Yeah.
If we're making a decision on Manor Park, rather than allowing our delegations that have been very patient all day, can we make a decision sooner than later? Because I would hate to have them hanging out all night.
Well, let's do this. As soon as we confirm that we can do a special meeting, it's procedurally complicated, believe it or not. We'll do a breaking news. And Scott, if you want to just break in as soon as we've confirmed we can do that, and we will defer as soon as we can. Is that fair? Okay, so let's go ahead with our delegations on 50 the driveway. We have Marcus Sturzer is the first delegation. Marcus, thank you for sticking with us and your patience today.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak, and I'll try and get this quickly in the interest of everyone's time. So I'm Marcus Sturzer. I represent the Cornerstone Owners Association. I'm the president of our condo association, effectively, that constitutes 11 households on Cornerstone Private. Our townhomes are immediately adjacent to 50 the driveway on their western border, western property line. Development at 50 the driveway will impact our homes and lives to a great degree, more so than most neighbors. During the last round of public consultation, the Cornerstone Owners Association expressed conditional support for 50 the driveway to be rezoned to R5. However, our support was conditional on certain aspects of the proposed design being amended. Now, some of these amendments were met. This included, or partially met. This included a very limited increase to the setback from Lewis, as well as the preservation of some trees and the introduction of some green space between the Cornerstone Townhome Complex's rear property line and 50 the driveway's west property line. However, the most important conditions for our support of R5 zoning were not met. This included the height of the building. We requested that it be limited to 6 stories, just due to the scale and impact on the neighborhood, and the mass of the building mere meters from our back balconies. As well, more importantly, the parking lot. The basement is being dug 2 stories down ground level, very close to our property lines. And we were concerned about potential damage to our foundations and our structures due to digging that deep so close to the property line. Our rear wall is a mere 1.5 meters away from the property line, so it will definitely impact us. So a 9-story building reduces the quality of life and enjoyment of property for Cornerstone owners and residents. So much so that despite the overall increase in property values across the city, my neighbor at 6 Cornerstone sold his property last November after the announcement was made for this project at about a 6.5% loss. He had purchased in summer 2020, sold in November 2021, and lost 6.5% of his home's value after the announcement came through. We are also, with the 2-story basement, I know there has been some talk about mitigating this, but I think the best mitigation strategy would be a 1-story basement set back as far as possible from the Cornerstone property line. I also note that in prior discussion items, agenda items, there was significant discussion of tree coverage and how it enhances the character of a city and its general sense of environmental responsibility and green space. The proposal as it stands removes many mature trees due to the encroachment of the proposed building on Lewis and replaces them with some very small trees. There are healthy mature trees on the north side of 50 the driveway that we feel should be retained. So in order to retain these trees, I think an increase of the setback at Lewis, yes, they increased just to code, which is 3 meters. The original proposal was 2, but a greater increase would not only make Lewis look less like a canyon, as it leads to a very popular area in the summer with the canal and with skating in the winter. It's almost a tourist area as well as our neighborhood. So we feel that increasing the setback from Lewis would permit more trees to be retained and also retain character of the neighborhood and not make Lewis Street look like a one-way canyon. So therefore, given that the requested amendments we had in order to, for our 11 voting members, owners, and voting citizens of Ottawa to support the R5 zoning were not fully met, we are encouraging the council to retain zoning at R4 pending additional changes to the proposed development. That's all I have to say. Thank you for your time, and I am eager to answer any questions you may have of us.
Thanks very much, Marcus. Councilor McKenney has a question.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Marcus. Thanks for joining us at 6:30. I know it's been a long day for you as well, so I do appreciate you coming back to the meeting. On the height, Marcus, I struggle with the fact that it's 9 stories, but only 88 units, right? Like it's not even, I don't feel like it's even adding any intensification or supply that we keep talking about that's so necessary. Would there have been a different, maybe not your final decision, but do you believe that the community surrounding this development would feel differently if in fact there was more housing supply in that 9 stories?
At the risk of, I guess, sounding a bit selfish, the traffic flow, the traffic study, which initially did not include the existence of Cornerstone Private, but was subsequently amended, the more people we put into that area, obviously the more vehicles there are going to be. So I would say support would be conditional on a further reduction in the parking due to the traffic there. It's already extremely difficult to have visitors park for us. We have our individual garages. We also have the large apartment building just to the north of Lewis. And visitors park in the neighborhood to visit us, to visit the apartment building, as well as to go to the canal, enjoy the canal, go biking or go skating. And if we put an increased number of units, there's going to be an increased number of visitors there, and I fear the traffic implications of that, because it is already very difficult for our visitors to get a visitor's parking spot. And I'm sure the owners of the driveway right now could tell you that there's probably a lot of illegal parking going on in their parking lot while they have stopped their day-to-day operations just because of the parking pressures in the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that perspective. Thanks, Marcus. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor. I'm seeing no more questions. So thanks again, Marcus, for sticking with us throughout the whole day, and appreciate your presentation this evening. Councillor Moffat, do you have any updates on the deferral?
Yeah, so we have a motion. I'm just going to bring forward a motion just right now for deferral. That the official plan amendment, Manor Park North and Manor Park South multiple addresses be deferred for consideration at a special meeting to be called for Thursday, March 24th, 2022 at 9:30 a.m. That's our normal committee day, but we don't usually meet twice in March. So our next committee meeting would have been April 14th. We felt it was important to deal with this sooner than a month from now. So we're just going to do the special meeting. It'll be one item only, just this one, and then it'll go to council in its regularly scheduled time.
Councillor Tierney?
Just real quick on this, I agree it's the right thing to do. My only concern is the ability for members of this committee to achieve quorum. So I'm hoping that is the case. I know that, I guess I'm asking, was there a planning committee that was delayed due to the occupation that took place in Ottawa that has slid the schedule?
There's only a few items on it. So if you remember, we did the Civic Hospital.
Yep.
There were only a couple items on that agenda that got pushed.
Okay. No, again, we need the ability for our constituents to come out and speak. I fully support this. It's just unfortunate that, we've seen this impact on our city from a group of individuals that have created chaos, but I quite support deferral.
Yeah,
I think they got dealt with though. I think they got dealt with at the end of February. Yeah, so it didn't impact this. It didn't impact March.
Okay, that's very good to know. Thank you very much for that, co-chair.
So I just want to say thanks to Councillor King, who called me over the break. I think this is the right thing to do so that the community really feels they have a chance to properly share their views and to have a fair and full hearing by committee. I have heard from the applicant, they'd prefer it not be deferred, but we'll go with the will of committee here. I will recognize, there's a ton of effort that goes in, both on the part of the applicants and their staff, as well as community members for preparing to make a presentation. So deferring an item is not something we take lightly, but given how much time we spent on the first two items today, and I think a 2-week deferral will give us time to give this the full hearing. It's an important site for the community, Manor Park North, Manor Park South. So thank you to staff for helping us get this deferral motion together in the last few minutes.
Well, especially when it goes to the same council meeting at the end of the day.
Yeah. All right. So on deferral of the item number 3 on the agenda, is that carried?
Carried.
Carried. Okay.
Carried.
Thank you, everyone. So we are still, though, in the middle of our items 5 and 6, and we have a pair of delegations who I believe are presenting together. We have Adrian Cloete and Michelle Wakefield. I'm sorry, Adrian, if I might be mispronouncing your name.
That's okay. It's Cloete. That's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, so good evening, and thank you for this time, councillors. And I really wanted to give a shout out to the very helpful staff members Andrew McCrate and Kelly and others who, since the beginning of this application, have done a great job keeping the neighborhood informed about all the different stages. So I really appreciate their efforts. It's been interesting today listening to your deliberations, talking about affordable housing, talking about tree canopies, because this project as proposed comes nowhere close to achieving those goals that you've articulated during the day. The argument that this project would address any housing shortage or the housing crisis in Ottawa is totally fallacious. It would only be a very tiny segment of rich citizens or even investors who'd be able to afford a condo in this project as proposed. But from our perspective, we've had it's a strong neighborhood, as the councillor will attest. People on Waverly, we've worked closely actually with the councillor's office in the last couple of years, working on resolving noise issues with the Canadian Nurses Association, and to the credit, I mean, those issues have been resolved, which is great. But it really boils down to size and height. And if you imagine, close your eyes, or you probably know that stretch of the canal, this project as proposed at 9 stories will effectively create a massive wall, not only between the neighborhood and the canal, but from the point of the canal, or even across the canal from the University of Ottawa, looking over to Centertown. People skating, people biking along the canal would just have this massive 9-story structure blocking most of their view in that area of Centertown. The density issue, as Marcus has talked about before, and as we see Lewis Street, if any of you, and I know Councillor McKinney knows, Lewis Street has got to be, has to have the claim to fame as the most narrowest street in Ottawa, in that area, for about 50 meters or so from Queen Elizabeth Driveway to Robert. I mean, it's incredibly narrow. It's one way, not surprisingly, but even as a one-way street, it's narrow. And so the density that this massive building will create will just be terrible for everyone. And lastly, both these problems, the size, the height, the density, would be simply resolved, actually, if we just accepted Councillor McKenney's solution in the documents, and just reduce the height from 9 stories to something far more reasonable, far more or less imposing on the vistas around the canal. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Adrian. And are there any questions for Adrian from the committee? Councillor McKinney.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Adrian. It's nice to see you, and thank you also for staying late. I want to ask you, Adrian, about the parking and the parking lot. And so this development is asking for excessive parking, really, given that they are asking for 2 things, which often is the case with luxury condos, because they're situated, relatively close to an LRT station across the canal. But it's still an R4, but they're asking for that that extra height as a result. But at the same time, also asking for more than the minimum amount of parking required. Actually 1 spot per unit, which in a downtown core in these days really is not something that we should be even contemplating. And would it, in terms of the Cornerstone community and the homeowners there, reducing that so that they weren't going down by 2 stories, but even by 1 into the foundation, would that make a difference for how you feel about this height aside? I get the height, and I don't agree with it either, but just in terms of the parking.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost antithetical if you think about it. I mean, this is like center town. This is like amazing walking neighborhood to everything. In addition to the LRT, literally being just across the Corktown Bridge. So it's really strange. I mean, it really, I guess it speaks to the demographic that this developer is seeking to attract, the people that would be driving everywhere, because possibly they don't want to take public transit. So we didn't understand that either. I mean, if it was, if there's frankly no need. I mean, we barely use our car during the week because you can walk everywhere to points in downtown Ottawa.
Absolutely, and yeah, I mean, not that car share is always the best alternative, but there's just no other alternative being offered here. So appreciate your insight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Curry.
So I guess on this conversation here, I'm new to this, I've heard about these conversations about parking, but is the understanding, I mean, you mentioned you do have a car, like you walk everywhere, live in this great neighborhood, you can walk everywhere, but you still own a car for whatever reason, maybe you have somebody you want to visit in Northern Ontario or who knows what, but you still own a car. So you still need a parking spot for that car, even though you don't use it a lot, but you still need a parking spot. I guess I don't understand if you want to live downtown, does that mean that you can't even own a car?
No, I don't. No, I don't. And in fact, I mean, we had a car and we moved to Centertown. I think if we had lived in Centertown for all our lives, we probably wouldn't have a car. I guess it's just it's that 1-to-1 ratio. I guess that we find is surprising, right?
Well, it's the number of units, really. And I think this is where it's coming from, where I'm Michelle, by the way, and so another Cornerstone Association member, and some of the things that you have is we understand that when you buy a condo or you buy, somewhere around in the area in the city, that some people buy a parking spot, some people don't. And I think Catherine McKenney just gave that, the 1-to-1 ratio is quite high. We are 11 townhouses, so it's 11 units, and in something land that's really not a very big land space, going to go to 9 stories. Well, parking spots for every single condo there would be it would be quite dense, and so that's why you have a shortage of parking. I mean, even with the nursing association, they were allowed to park on the side street on Lewis, which is very, very tight, and they had a parking lot outside. But they are just it's a fairly small footprint, a small building, and even with that, we had parking issues. So I think it's just the sheer number of units that will require this 2-level basement requirements for parking. And in that area, Marcus has already spoken to that, the 2 levels of going 2 levels down, quite excessive potential damage to our properties, as well as just this huge building being right there, which of course we also, we understand, we accept part of the recommendations, but what also, we will lose our canal view. We're lucky to be one of the outside ones where we can see it at a small angle, and of course we will not get that at all anymore, which does reduce our living, but that's totally a side point completely. But we were just talking about just the densification in such a small area, which would require the incredible amount of parking. And Lewis is tiny, very, very narrow, and a one-way street. The part that goes past where the driveway comes up and would be in front of 50 the driveway, and Cornerstone would be these 2. And it's a very, very tiny area.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. I have some more questions for staff, but thank you very much.
Okay, I'm seeing no more questions. So thank you very much, Adrian and Michelle, and thank you for your patience and for sticking with us through this long meeting today.
Thank you.
We're going to move now to the applicant on this file. There's a number of people, I believe, who are available. Barry Hoban has a presentation, and there's others here to answer any questions from the committee as well. Just give them a moment to connect into the room here. Hi, Barry.
Hi. This is an endurance fest, is it?
Sometimes it is here at Planning Committee.
Oh boy. If you want to begin with the presentation, if they've got the presentation, I'll get right into it.
Yeah,
good. Oops. And I should mention it's my wife's birthday and I have a dinner reservation at 7, and at 9:30 this morning, I had no idea we would be at this point in the time. Let's advance this slide. I think I'm going to deal with a little bit of the context and the main narratives in terms of the architectural expression, and then some of these yard considerations that are relevant and have been raised. If we flip to the next slide, I think what's unusual about this project, first of all, it's a fantastic piece of land. And it is, you know, it's about 30,000 square feet. It's a very large piece of land. It's in a section of the canal, which is well set back off the canal. If you look at the setback from the property line to the canal edge, it's quite wide. This is the section of the canal that was a train line on the other side for a long time, and therefore this area of the canal didn't develop like it did the other houses to the south. In fact, the site was originally a creek and a warehouse site before the Nurses Association took it over. We go to the next slide. I think one of the challenges of this side just from an overall perspective is the marrying of a series of objectives. One is the Nurses Association have had this building on the site. This went to Build Heritage on Tuesday when it was approved. So there's heritage issues, and then there are planning issues in terms of trying to pull this all together. So it's a marrying of a variety of interests in trying to pull it all together, and it's complicated. It's not straightforward. So we flip to the next slide, just to give you an idea of the ultimate expression of this. This is looking from the canal, and you'll start to see that this is the highest form because the building steps back in two directions, both to the south and to the west. Just going to note the feature on the roof is something that's being retained, a heritage piece that's being retained from the Nurses Association building now. And just so you know, the form is actually an abstracted notion of a nurse's cap, and also reference to Flooring Nightingale as a light feature. The building isn't finalized in terms of its exterior expression, but it gives you an initial idea. And if we go to the next slide, you can see that in fact, the building steps back. I mentioned the special section of the canal. I want you to notice how far the canal is away from the building, because this section of the driveway experience is very well landscaped. The cut of the canal is substantially lower, so the notion of seeing the building from the canal if you're skating or boating is a bit of a fallacy. There's a fair amount of tree cover, which we've had to remove in order to be able to show this slide. But you can see the retention of the original Nurses Association building that was designed by James Strutt, a well-known architect, and we've accommodated this building in terms of a form, in terms of our redevelopment. You can see the building also steps from south to north, and you'll notice the higher rise buildings to the north of us, which obviously were built in a time when the canal was not a desirable place to be, and the canal and the train lines were on the other side. You can also see the one-story parking garage in between the building immediately to the north. And then going to the south to the houses in Waverly, there's a stepping. If we flip to the next slide, we can look at from the backside. And you can see how the building is stepped in a variety of ways. The two-story podium that reflects the Nurses Association wrapping around. And then the building is stepped in both directions. And the two objectors which you have noted are delegations, or in that little clump of townhouses that are immediately to the west of us. and it's important. I'll come back to speak to them very quickly. Go ahead to the next slide. Just in terms of that interface, even though that separation distance between us and the townhouse project to the west is our side yard, we have treated it like a rear yard. In contrast, those little townhouses have basically treated a side yard like a rear yard. And you can see what we've done in terms of stepping the building back to mitigate mass. Certainly have I heard comments about construction issues. If you'll notice, the underground is set away 6 meters from their property line. And obviously there are considerations and mitigation factors whenever you do construction. The depth of the parking garage has nothing to do with impact on their properties. Our building is to the east of their building. The sun shadow studies clearly show that is minimal impact. And then we'll deal with the issue of overlook, et cetera. And if we flip ahead, we specifically, you can see here that along the bottom, we have actually continuously created a landscape buffer. So I heard some rhetoric about loss of trees. In fact, because we have no basement for up to 6 meters and 7 meters in between our property and theirs, that will be fully landscaped. You know, they picked up a lot of the themes which I heard listening to 8 or 9 hours of planning committee today about tree cover, all relevant in this case. We do have the possibility to landscape this. You can also notice that our building at the lower level has a serrated edge. And that's so we don't put glazing directly facing the townhouses to west to preserve our mutual privacy. If you look to the top, you're going to see in a red line, which is the retention of the original Nurses Association building, which has been to build heritage. Our approach is to basically to dismantle and rebuild it in place. And so you can see where that exists as an expression. If you go to the next slide.
Barry, you're at time, so if you could finish up on this slide or.
Sure, I'll just deal with this separation distance, and you can see how we've landscaped in between the two buildings. I want to make one last point. I find it slightly hilarious to be talking about parking counts from a neighbor who has a 1-to-1 parking ratio without any visitor parking, and we're actually 1-to-1 with a robust visitor capacity in our basement. So the issue of 2 stories of depth in the basement is not a structural issue. It doesn't come into play at all. Basically, our building at 9 stories, sure. Would we like it to be 6? Yeah, but at the same time, we're only about 50% coverage on site, and a lot of it has to do with creating separation and optimizing our view to the canal. There's no question it's a special site. It's geared towards an upperly mobile group. Anybody who lives in this area is not talking about affordable housing. This is a prestige location within the city of Ottawa, and the attention we've given the building reflects that. So I'll stop there and answer questions.
Okay, thank you, Barry. We will go to questions from committee members for the applicant, if there are any. I'm seeing.
You mean I'm going to be able to make my reservation with my wife?
Carried.
Perhaps. Councilor Leeper does have a question.
Just to screw up the dinner plans.
Don't.
The 1-to-1 ratio, Barry, I am concerned. So, yep, the low-rise housing has 1-to-1 parking. But the direction of our official plan is to encourage, walkable neighborhoods, less vehicle use. We want to cut down on our greenhouse gases. I don't understand why you wouldn't see a market for at least a number of these units not to have parking. Why do they?
That's on average, Councilor, and you and I have had this discussion endlessly about trip generation versus parking. People are moving to this neighborhood. They're not car centric. They have a car. They're moving to this neighborhood so they can walk to the NAC. They can walk along the canal. They can benefit all of that. The bicycle travel, the pedestrian stuff is very much in the domain. Look, I'm in this group. I'm not on this section. I'm further down the canal. We live there because of all of the attributes. Yes, we have a car, as do these townhouses. They have a car. But is it being used? No. I mean, you you yourself can describe very carefully how people are very compliant during the week, taking rapid transit from your neighborhood, and they use it diligently, and basically on the weekends in your neighborhood, as you've described it before, quite chaotic, but people all want to drive someplace else. But the reality is, like, yeah, there's going to be cars. And then, by the way, there's lots of opportunity in this building for EVs and also to have virtual car as part of it, as well as supplying visitor parking, which is, you know, parking capacity, even if you're not using it on a regular basis, is valuable. So that's my speech.
Oh, I understand. You know, for staff, we have to be looking at those parking requirements in the next term, including parking maximums. Barry, thank you.
I love your beard. It's even bigger than the last time I saw it.
Councilor McKenney.
Thank you. Thanks, Barry. Try to make this quick enough. I think a couple of things. I think that.
And by the way, Councilor, you win the prize again for having the most exotic background compared to everyone else. Like, you're inspirational.
It's a painting I picked up like for $65 in Havana.
In Cuba.
In Cuba, exactly. I do want to circle back around to the parking, because I know this about Centertown. Sure, people have cars. I have a car. But the less parking that we supply, the parking supply that we have, the less vehicles there are. It's just people will purchase something and purchase kind of car storage, and then either have a car and leave it, or not have a car and sell that. And it actually, if we're talking about housing affordability, which we were earlier today, building, going down that extra story actually does add to the expense of the overall unit. So what we've got here are a few things. We've got a nice looking building. I'm going to give credit where it's due around the attributes and how they were built into it, the heritage attributes and how they were built into this building. Absolutely. Height, I've said should have been 6 stories. Well, it's only be 4, but 6 is not, it's not more than double the height that is allowed. And you probably could have gotten 88 units, or at least 70, 75 units, maybe would make the same, return on investment necessarily, but they could have still been very overall high-end units. And so when we talk about housing affordability, we want that to happen, but we don't always need it to be the highest end and the, that excessive additional height. In this case, twice the height. We could have had the same supply within 6 stories. And most important, one-to-one parking. Anybody around this table who voted for our most recent official plan has got to think to themselves, look, you're asking for additional height because you're close to rapid transit. But at the same time, you want more parking. Like, it's got to be one or the other. And you can see how myself, people kind of who surround this, raise an eyebrow around that. It's kind of having it both ways, right? So I don't know if you have a comment to that, but that's my comment in terms of, sure, it's a good site, pushed back from the canal. There's distance between, and all of this, residents did recognize that the setbacks were put in place, and that's all very positive. I struggle with the parking, and I'll say this, maybe this is my wrap up to Chair. I want to see some movement on the parking. It's something that I will likely hold site plan for parking as we move forward. So I can't, I don't have a vote today, but I can't see myself going forward without some consideration given to a better plan for meeting our official plan targets and our mobility targets in terms of of active transportation. You can respond, or you can go off to dinner.
I'd love to respond. It's now 10 to 7. If I compressed my experience of this exhausting day, and by the way, hats off to you all. You look like you're hanging in there. If I compressed everything, which I heard today, which was how do we actually intensify the city? How can we smart growth? How do we actually provide ample landscaping? How do we actually meet new sustainability targets? And then a project comes along like this, which is like 9 stories. And I listen to Rod Lahey's things, 38 stories, and I'm shocked at the business about height. You want to focus on parking. I want to focus on the fact that we have lousy soils and we have the smallest footprint possible as an underground, which allows us in terms of our coverage of the site to be 50%. I want you to think about, all of you in the inner city, think about the last project that came through your ward, which had only 50% coverage. That means you have greater area for landscaping, greater area for separation for those neighbors to the west. Even though they're complaining, the separation is extraordinary. I'll come back to the issue of parking. It's basically underground car storage, and a certain demographic will respond to that. There's no question about that. This isn't the most affordable part of the city. And the part we're missing in all of this is that I have a national association, a nurses association, who are basically wishing to dispose of this and basically use the funds to actually do something else. So you can focus on the developer trying to do something else. He's actually trying to respond to a little of the expectations of the nurses association in trying to do this as well. So they're trying to act in a way they basically honored the heritage piece. And I came back to those 3 circles, which I showed at the beginning, which is about heritage, planning, the nurses association, and the ultimate thing is actually, what are we doing from a city building project? Are we creating nice buildings that actually contribute to the public realm? And I'm going to say yes. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to balance all of those things off. I actually think that focusing on the parking is not where I would be going. I think it's discrete. There's nothing at grade. We have visitor parking. All of the servicing things are handled below ground, so it's got lots of positive things in how we try to deal with all the nuts and bolts that are behind the scene. So that actually, we didn't talk about Lewis Street at all, but obviously we've set the building back on Lewis Street so we have a proper street edge and we can landscape along Lewis Street as well. So I'll stop there.
Thanks,
Thank
Barry.
you, Councilor.
As usual, we agree on probably about 80%. Thank you.
That's pretty good. Because I don't know if my wife's going to agree when I arrive home late.
My apologies. Thanks.
Hey, Councilor Tierney.
No, wait, I gotta go. Be it resolved that the meeting time be expended past 7 p.m. pursuant to subsection 8(1)(c) of the procedure bylaw number 2021.
No.
Carried. Carried.
Thank you, Scott. Councilor Tierney.
Great. Thank you, co-chairs. First of all, Barry, I don't want to hold you up tonight. Great use of a Venn diagram, by the way. Terrific work. I think you've heard all day today. We've seen many occasions where we're talking about the affordability of our children to be able to purchase a home, all these great things. And it all starts with in the green belt and to be able to get some of those heights raised. I don't see 9 as a crazy number, but at the same time, I'm always looking at the councillor for the area, Councillor McKenney. I'm going to defer to Councillor McKenney on this. It seems like a beautiful illustration. This parking situation we've seen, and Glenn inherited a lot of this in Stittsville when they tried to change the parking game back in the day. We don't want to go through that again. Do you have support of the local ward councillor on this one? Because it sounds like 80%, but and maybe Councillor McKenney will be able to respond if that's okay. Will you support this application? It seems pretty good, but I'm going to go based on whatever the ward councillor supports, because that's what today's discussion has been all about. And it's unfortunate that we're not upzoning this year prior to an election year where we'd have everything on the table to be able to have that full discussion about the ability to be able to add more units. I think it's a terrific project, Barry. I've worked with you on many different things. Do you have concurrence from the local ward councillor on this project?
Well, the local ward council supported the Built Heritage Report and has consistently suggested that to prefer 6 stories versus 9. And that's all I have. I mean, it's, by the way, this has not been a quick forced ram project. This has gone through a number of iterations with public consultation. There's a huge amount of work. You realize that the Nurses Association has been involved in that as well. And they halted demolition applications to make the Built Heritage approval go through, which was all valuable. But it's elongated the process for a couple of years now.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Barry, for your work on this.
Okay, any other questions for Barry or anyone else on the applicant team? Okay, then we can move to questions for staff. Any questions for staff? I have a question for staff, but Councillor McKinney, why don't you go first?
Yeah, I just want to reiterate what I've already said very briefly, that I will indicate that I do want to see some movement on the amount of parking. As we move through site plan, it would be a reason for me to hold up site plan. I don't believe that one-to-one parking in a center town location is warranted, and I understand that these are very high-end units. 9 stories for 88 units is high-end, there's no doubt. And we don't have inclusionary zoning in place, so we're not getting any affordability in any of this, but certainly in terms of meeting our parking requirements, I think that I will just indicate that I will be watching for that as we move through site plan. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Curry.
Just so I clearly understand, so Councillor McKinney is going to support this right now, but we'll have more to say for site plan, because site plan is not something that comes to committee, right? Site plan is something that just goes ahead without going back to committee.
Councillor McKinney, did you want to respond to that?
Well, I don't get a vote today, but what I will be looking for, so site plan it's delegated authority unless I lift it. If I lift it, it comes back. If in fact we can work out something, then I won't lift it.
Okay, sorry, I haven't actually been through that process, so I appreciate that explanation. Thank you for that. Okay.
Okay,
thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Tierney.
Yeah, and thank you. I appreciate Councillor McKinney speaking to that. I just want to be clear. Are you going to vote at, I understand you're not on planning committee, but we've had a full day of discussion about trying to get a number of units in place within our city, and we're not achieving those targets by any stretch. Are you going to support this at council, and obviously within the privilege of councillor lift delegated authority on site plan, which is totally, absolutely something within your authority? I just want to know what you're going to do at council on the zoning item.
Yeah, I think I've been pretty clear that that is my intention. Yeah.
Oh, good. All right, continue.
Okay, Councillor Dudas, oh, your hand was up and now it's not. Okay. I wanted to ask staff about some questions about compatibility. This comes up all the time, and I think it's something I want to raise or ask about. So the building as it is now, the existing nurses building, it's non-compliant, right? So somebody tried to build a low-rise office building, it wouldn't even be allowed in this neighborhood. It's only there, it's like a grandfathered, it's grandfathered in as allowable. Is that right, Andrew?
Yes, Chair, that's correct. It's an office in a residential R4 zone, so it's a legal non-conforming use. In other words, in layman terms, a grandfathered use.
Okay, and as of right, they could build a low-rise residential building here up to 4 stories, and they're seeking permission to build high-rise at 9 stories here. That's
correct.
And the building next door at 17 stories, is that considered high-rise as well at 17 stories?
Yes, 10 or more stories would be considered high-rise.
But the building next door couldn't be built today, the 17-story. Actually, there's a few taller buildings because that would no longer comply with the existing zoning in the Golden Triangle. Is that right?
Right, and what's proposed is mid-rise, not high-rise. Just a clarification on my previous answer.
Okay, okay. It's interesting. I don't know what the right answer or wrong answer is, but the Golden Triangle has been characterized as a low-rise neighborhood. And it's true that most of the buildings are low-rise. So there's more low-rise buildings than there are high-rise buildings. But there have been high-rise buildings or mid-rise buildings there for a long time. And over half the units in the Golden Triangle are in buildings that are over 5 stories. So it's just an interesting way when you're thinking about compatibility. More than half the people in the Golden Triangle already live in taller buildings. So I think we have a real problem when we're talking about compatibility in neighborhoods, and it's hard to put numbers and rules to those and understand what is or isn't compatible, or what is or isn't the character of a community. So it's not a question, just a comment. I've been thinking a lot about that on this one over the past few days. There are more hands up, so I will go to other councillors. Councillor Curry.
I just honestly, I know that this seems like it's off topic, but based on all that we talked about the affordability task force, if the affordability task force reports were put into legislation tomorrow, last year, would we even be having this conversation right now? Would we be able to have any input here on what the heritage designation was, or the heights, or any of these things?
I can speak to the heritage piece through you, Mr. Chair. I mean, I think as Mr. Willis noted this morning, the affordability report is recommendations to the province to undertake changes to the legislation. I think from the heritage perspective, it would restrict potentially the heritage approach that the city could take. But in this instance, we've worked really collaboratively with the owners of this property to move this project forward from a heritage perspective. So when you have the agreement of the owner, it makes it easier. Some of those other recommendations could make it more difficult if an owner wanted that. I can't speak to the other side of it.
Okay, I guess I was just sort of thinking about, this is real life, a real life example of if that all becomes legislation and they don't care about any of our recommendations, how much of this would we not even be able to discuss? So I just wanted to understand that better, but it's something I can do offline, but I thought I would make that point right now. I think this is valuable to have the input of communities and have for all of us to have these discussions and for this to have taken this much time. It's just fascinating to think about what it would be like if this legislation was put in place a year ago. Anyway, thanks.
Councillor Dudas.
I just wanted to hear from staff why they think this is the correct number of parking spots. We heard that from the delegation, we heard that from the ward councillor. I'm just curious as to why this number of parking spots in Centertown.
Thank you, Councillor. Chair, I think it's important in the context of the applications that are before committee, the amount of parking is not really an ask of the zoning bylaw amendment. Our zoning bylaw is set up in a manner that 0.5 spaces are required as a minimum for the amount of spaces per unit, and our maximum rate is 1.75 parking spaces per unit combined with visitor. What's being proposed here is an 88-unit apartment building designed with an 88-space parking garage for residents and an additional 13 or 14 visitor parking spaces. So by all accounts, what's before you is a complying proposal when it comes to parking. What we've done in the recommendations of the zoning is actually reduced that maximum bylaw provision to make sure that the maximum for this specific development caps out at those 88 spaces and not default to our typical parent zoning bylaw of that 1.7 per unit. So at that level, there is not a zoning ask when it comes to the parking rate. And when we've reviewed the application, it was the conversation that was starting to get to between Mr. Hoban and other members of planning committee about, you know, what are the trip generations from those parking spaces provided? We look at that through the transportation impact assessment and look at the location as being very supportive of active transit. And there's assumptions made that not every vehicle trip is going to be made when you, not every trip made is going to be made by using a vehicle. You use walking, public transit, bicycle. That's all part of the consideration. But I just go back to my point that for what's before this committee in terms of an official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment, there is not truly an ask on a deficiency on parking.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, do we have any other questions for staff or anyone wishing to wrap up on this item?
No, I just wanted to mention that this is, I've been on council for almost 12 years, and this is the first golden triangle development application I've ever dealt with. I can now say I've seen everything.
That's hard to believe. That's hard to believe. And it's been 12 years, almost 12 years, Scott. Okay, well, let's move to the report recommendations. So item 5 is the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for 50 the driveway. Are the report recommendations carried?
Carried.
Thank you. And then item 6 is the heritage approach for 50 the driveway. So this is a recommendation that planning, that council authorize entering into a heritage easement agreement and approve the addition of 50 the driveway to the heritage register. Are those report recommendations carried?
Carried.
Okay, thank you. So don't go away quite yet. We've finished our main items, but moving to the end of the agenda, we have no in-camera items. There is a notice of motion for a consideration at a subsequent meeting. I'm introducing this one. I'll just read it in today and we will deal with it at the next meeting. I'll start reading. Whereas recent amendments to the Development Charges Act requires municipalities to defer payment of development charges for uses including rental housing, institutional developments, and for not-for-profit housing pursuant to section 26.1 of the Act. And whereas section 26.2 allows for development charge rates to be frozen at the time of site plan or rezoning application, in both cases, interest may be applied to offset the cost associated with the delay in collection of development charges to account for the funding gap between when services are required and the timing of the collection of revenues to fund growth-related infrastructure. Whereas the legislation allows municipalities to apply interest on the deferred installments and frozen locked-in payments, which is reviewed annually. Whereas the applied interest rate is at the discretion of council. Whereas council approved the 2020 report entitled Implementation of Interest Rate on Development Charge Referrals Required Pursuant to Bill 108, that council adopt an appropriate interest rate policy based on the higher of 1, the rate of indexing applied to the various development charge rates on an annual basis, or 2, the actual interest rate that was applied to the debt used as a source of financing of eligible growth-related capital projects. Whereas the 2021 construction price index for Ottawa is 17.2%, which represents the largest increase of the index since its inception in 1981. And whereas 17.2% is a significantly greater interest rate charged by the city. Therefore, be it resolved that Planning Committee recommend that Council approve that the 2022 development charge deferral rate be an average of 2020 and 2021 inclusive, representing a rate of 5.83%, plus the standard 0.5% administrative adjustment for a total rate of 6.33%. And be it further resolved that this rate be effective beginning on April 1st, 2022 through to March 31st, 2023, inclusive. And be it further resolved that these rates be applied for the duration of the deferral installments over 5 or 20 years and any locked-in development charge rates over this time frame. So that'll be for next meeting. Are there any inquiries from this for this meeting? Councilor Dudas, your hand is up.
Sorry, Chair Gower, I didn't hear any of that. Could you repeat it again? No, I'm just kidding. Sorry. Just a little levity at the end of the meeting. Sorry, guys.
Thank you. Any inquiries? And I'm not aware of any other business. So with that, we will adjourn the meeting. Our special meeting is on the 24th, and our next regular meeting is on April the 14th. Thank you, everyone, especially staff and Kelly and the team from the clerk's office for your assistance today. Have a good evening.
Thanks, clerks. Thanks, chairs.
Thank you very much.